Yes, this na time for all salon people and them party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Mina Yvonne Akisoyer, Mayor of Freetown, and I'm really glad for telling her all I'll do and Boku Tenki on this my 4th anniversary in office, 11th of May 2022. I come into office with a commitment for transform Freetown. Not to work with me one able do, now work with all they do together. 4 years on, I'm so grateful to God and everybody will work with me. Say we don't touch every single part of Freetown. Transform Freetown, don't make a mark. From Ward 446 through to Ward 399. From Origu Bridge through to Levuma Beach. No sign or day where you not go see the evidence, the footprint and the work of Freetown City Council. When it comes to transform Freetown, we really focus on transforming lives. We mean say the small things themselves matter. And we not focus on one part of the city, we make sure say we touch East, Central and West. And this takes me now to Wilberforce Multi-Purpose Center. I not call a market because it passed market. We take off from Usami predecessor left for continue the work for complete this project. We don't do a significant amount. And although we've been get some donor funding, the vast majority of the money will make you able to see this impressive structure. We hope for finish in just another few months. The vast amount of that money they come from Una Freetonians.
Within the Wilberforce community, Wilberforce village to be specific, we get this building project to be done there for a very long period of time. I think it's about 5 years we don't start this project, but we don't see some remarkable improvements that don't take place over the first 2-3 years, under the leadership of our worship, the Mayor Yvonne Akisoyer. And we can't today for gauge or assess, the progress we don't make so far, for make sure say the community then get access to this facility and make sure say they make the best use out of it. Family like remember say Wilberforce village na beside way before now be a very small community with less population. But if you can't get the population don't grow by more than 10-fold. So needed for improve on infrastructure. I mean, if you see the market, the old market, you see its size and its space, you really know say you're not be catered for the kind of way where the population don't boom right now. So there's every need for make sure so we do this kind of fantastic projects for make sure so we serve the needs of the people.
This market, this very market, it go open up Wilberforce. It go make Wilberforce open up beyond, in fact, Freetown no more. The ground floor, now in the house, the wet goods. The middle floor, now in get the shops. Where everybody entitled for secure one shop, provided you meet the criteria, we cancel the set. Then the top floor, we go be the 3rd floor, now then at the community center. As we the constrain, with the strain here for community center. Like water facility, where we go as strain, light facility, toilet facility, we not been get some before. But now, so the structure where we don't see, now this new markets, everything available.
This is a clear evidence for say if you pay your tax, they expect service delivery. Right, look at this facility. I mean, this is the second time and I'm quite impressed. As I move around, I go up, I see the mall, then you see the community center. That's a fantastic project. Right, this you get for really give this community a very serious facelift. Right, so If you see them can't here, they're not for pay tax, they don't know what they're supposed to do. But I'm really impressed, and I'm sure the community and the rest of Fritonians will be impressed with this type of project here.
And in the center of the city, that's outside we call Central, we get one project where, again, something they're very close to my heart. This is the one, the Beringron, La Circular Road.
One of the very important developments we are so grateful for now this fencing of the cemetery, the public toilet where we try for bill, and then the office for the digger man them and the clerk.
The structure is very, very important story because the documents them we don't get from all the we don't soak, all we don't pull. But we believe say the structure now we can make all the documents now will be safe. The we will be safe now with the one day they come. I'm not saying Skolo will kill we again. Today they don't turn the cemetery as bomber. They can't throw away dirty inside the cemetery. But now we tell God thank you. Now we don't see the fence they go down. We not say by God in power, what the fence is done, at least we go protected from them thing in there. Understand? Eh? The mommy they try, but if you say no more na council no more, no now the people them for come together with them property rates, other half tax system they pay, they make this happen.
Central, now they will also get one of the flagship projects when at the FSM plant, fecal sludge management plant, where prior to now, before this time year, we all know what's going to happen. When them vacuum truck them can come out empty post in cesspit. We know how that thing they go and scatter na King Tom. But day like today, we get a facility where we be able for processor.
Well, the fecal sludge treatment plant they operate like this. First the trucks then they come in, they register at the security post, and waiting and they register at the voucher when they don't buy from city council. Open. When they trucks them they sludge, then got sewers, then got another side there, it been got a negative impact on the environment. Once because people them in there where they get contaminated and get sick because of them thing, but now that don't reduce at the city, and illegal discharge again of sludge at the city don't minimize.
C'est-à-dire, les coups de mots donc construit donc empty, we in the camp, water the scatter. Say to the water say from who we drink, it affects we sickly, it affects people in the community. But for me, they can open the project as you see they look less.
Through the mayor and donor partners them like Gold Sierra Leone and DFID, when on a FCDO, they come up the initiative for develop and build this plant. We don't get a positive impact na Freetown. From the time of the plant, we don't open them, we don't run, we don't optimize them full to date. We don't treat 1,089 trucks of various capacities.
We don't continue, we move on education. We will not do the nursery school na Congo Water Market. Now, we are about to open the nursery school na Crouton Road Market. This not what we call transforming lives. We market woman, able can market in no say in Pekin, in not just safe but in the land book. And today, tomorrow, next tomorrow, that Pekin, we when they can sell with him mama, fella a mama can sell, can be lawyer, doctor, anything, because we provide that environment within the marketplace.
What's happen now? The mayor, now can open school for we the market man will Pekin them. Follow go get side, we go the can left for Pekin them, so go do business. We no go worry for picking them. The picking them be the loss. Pass people come and they go and fend and picking them. And not to one picking them be the loss. And with the strain for selling customer because the picking them be the above. So like when this nose get on kaya, we glad it. We know so we own strain don't do.
Greybush PHU. Yana Usai health that been the focus. And which we don't do because we target now for reduced maternal mortality, we'll be able to expand Usai Bele Woman and the born.
Then even of course the postnatal, we get no postnatal unit. Now just one bed, 9 day. And you can't imagine how they get some 2-3 deliveries then. Whether they don't born, we have to put down now. That they make in fact, we for observe woman for them for 24 to 48 hours before we let them go. But because of that, because of the space, we normally do that day. As he born, maybe we take hours, we say go home, anything come. But with that extension now, we then do really appreciate them. We now able to observe them for some hours, for 24 to 48 hours.
Like in the East, one of the projects that we can make glad so much. Now what we do in Jalo Terrace, where this very moment, we complete the water well with the submersive pump.
The population all on the other side, inside the water, the other side, pass you pay, and we no get money, half of the other side. Now all this water, I don't depend on.
We saw we get yanda, we don't well, so we tell the mayor thinking, I make yanda. We saw we get the water, so they like to
Jalo Terrace also gets 9 solar street lights, where they win as part of the cleanest zone competition. Then you go take a ward like Ward 411, where they up the hill. You get a bridge, now a place where they call Bundowata. That bridge there, something like the size of my table. You where they far, you're not going to know the value. But for the community, that bridge there, now a game changer. Community, they not be able to connect.
Like we, where they move with bike, mean a private bike maybe they use. Likewise, the one day where they use then commercial bike there also. But they get accidents then fast at this place also. Where if they don't fit for cross, at the same time, the bike man, the person where they load on the patient, they fall down. So now we don't see now the way we done now, we tell God thank you.
Bundowata Bridge, not just one example of so many interventions where we do at community level, where they make a significant impact on communities. From the rehabilitation of markets, the introduction and installation of multiple over 130 water tanks, to bridges, to drainages. One specific thing we've been catch the headlines, we've been caused so much pain, not been the Wellington fire disaster, which happened on the 5th of November 2021. We as council, with the support of various donors and sponsors, we'll be able for not only provide medical, drugs and support in the hospital, feed the patients them for over 6 weeks, provide support to the doctors and the nurses. You know, the left day, the one day we survive, and the families of the one day we not survive. 256 families will be able to get a cash transfer up to the tune of 1,450,000 each. We spend over 320 million leons.
Well, to be start with, we get the accident in a hospital, cannot they are admit. The first thing experience we get as a goodness from the FCC in our Freetown City Council is that from the mayor, he will take charge for taking the feeding. And be the feed we make provision, we eat up to 40 per day. And later we will discharge, we can homes them. He also creates a vacuum for make a space for we able to get small things now because as you know this problem will involve we discharge, you cannot host, not be able to do something on your own. The mayor look at them say, them people are going to run discharge, so they're not able to get better thing at the end. If any provision, you make a way, we are in get small things, we provide SIM there, where the money worth to 1,400,000 and some 100. So we able to receive them from the mayor. So all the goodness that we get from the mayor, we're happy for them.
Wellington fire disaster, it touched we all. But fire disasters that happen so many times, up to 39 or 40 times inside 2021. And time again, council come in and provide support. One other one, where touch me, Naboyan Street, where after that disaster day, we be able to mobilize internally. Now FCC, that they mobilize that money day, then go and raise them from friends and family, able for rebuild that structure and help them people then for restart their lives.
Mayor come, you can see the host way born, a rescue, the councillor waka. Yeah, mayor they can build for we this host. Okay. Mayor come under the rain, they can no but give the host back with gladness. So we support me. Me are glad for me 200% because not 200%. Forget this guy mayor, yeah. Not so born we. You look, he's sorry for we. He can't build for we the host. He powerful pass the host be the safe.
From east to central to west, we done the work inside Transform Freetown. 50 Met Police Now we recruit. 600 young people, they grow trees. Over 1,000, they work in sanitation. Transform Freetown, not just for say, look the bridge yonder, now for say, we posting on our house, you get tin for putting in table. The work boku, today, in this short video, we're not able to talk all thing, but I want to let family them know, say we don't produce, like we do every year, with 3-year report on Transform Freetown. The book, if quickly leave it so, no worry, but it's available. You will want to read them for see all what we don't do, word by word, sector by sector. Now for go on our website, www.fcc.gov.sl. Make a talk and back. www.fcc.gov.sl. Day you go read, but the work we don't do for make improvements in the markets. You go read but the drainage them, but the culvert them. You go read about the improvements in sanitation. You go read about them big things them as well, like the progress we would make on the cable car. Not for mention Freetown, the Treetown, we don't really hear it boku, but Freetown now we all city. So I don't talk about so many sectors, but I not go done if I not talk about one sector, revenue mobilization. That one day, not so much me to show you waiting me do, I dey show you waiting you do, because all waiting Freetonians then do in paying their rates, property rates, local tax, business license, market use, all waiting una do, 9 translate to so much of the interventions where we don't talk about today. So as we continue, as we move on to the 5th year, let we continue for hold hands, work together, not just as a team, but as a family. Thank you for 4 years of being the mayor of Freetown. I really, really appreciate you now all, and I look forward to we working together for continue for Transform We City.
My country, baby. It's a long, it's a long. Now we go with this. Cloud Thomas.
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if we point, Usa we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if we point, Usa we go. Everybody me say well done, if we own this country so strong. Everybody me say stand up, if you like salon say yeah. Then say then say so good in the morning, the land is just gloomy, the moon is going, the cloud is forming, the cocks are crowing, dew is falling, the bags are coming, everybody running. Inside Switzerland today, the land is yummy. See the mommy they cooking fufu, the party smoking cigarettes. Rajo they watch baby musu. We they find out the country rest. Right in West Africa, on the Atlantic Ocean. Inside this land, so much I can boast of. Look at the good plantation, from the beach I get meditation. Make me not wear this nation, I get L-O-V-E for me alone. Yeah, for me alone. Love for me alone, sweet alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it went, Usa we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it well, Usa we go. Everybody me say well done, if we own this country so strong. Everybody me say stand up, if you like salon say yeah. Then say then say
I know I L-O-V-E.
no place where sweet let go. We got diamond, boxer, silver and gold. So that we make count for the young and old. I mean for let we serve, help we serve. Also you come from the bars, you want for put chest. Peace, love and unity, now for put first. Cause the jealousy and watch that don't make sense. Togetherness is one, but wait for we success. So get up and go walk, and sit down for the top. Or criticize the government just for mix up. But snap on the pay, so we need for put stuff. Have for hustle for you all, no matter how you struggle the bone. This life without pain, not easy, not in the zone. Just forget to live in, myself can go slow. We like to say I go, I never forget about this
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone. Cause if it well, whose side we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone. Cause if it well, whose side we go. Everybody missing welcome. If we own this country so strong. Everybody missing stand up. If you like salon, say yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Then say we all remember say sweet alone how we own. Each and every one God take care of his own. We all remember say this country now we own. Each and every one for take care of alone. I will exalt thee, realm of the free. Great is the love where I get for salon. I got enough track of one for maintain this my land. No matter the situation, I get love for salon. I got enough every day, no day pamphlet. Place in a picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country part up for any attack. Me the way me boo. I got enough every day, no day pamphlet. Place in a picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country part up for any attack. Me the way me boo. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone. Cause if it well, whose side we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone. Cause if it well, whose side we go. Everybody missing welcome. If we own this country so strong. Everybody missing stand up. If you like salon, say yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah.
Hello, Fambulem. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose parts now the world you find yourself. Welcome to another edition of Sierra Media's How They Go Inside the Republic, where we can bring to now every Wednesday. Me, una host, if you just join me for the first time, Najuma Ba, and we get a full house for also today. And for the first, timers, both on YouTube, Facebook, and we WhatsApp groups them, we welcome una and hope say una go get a happy time with we. And for we do them, without una, definitely we not get program. And we appreciate una every day, and we appreciate the love una the same way, and we say love una to the bone, just like how we love salon, because now sweet salon, if we pull them, usai we get for go. So we deny for discuss how they go inside the Republic. Today, obviously, in our program, a discussion will be done start last week. Now we will continue with, but we will talk about that as we go along. Let I welcome a co-host, Sylvester Tiboy Dugba, and of course we get one of the guests when I regular on our platform here in Sebengo Day with we. He will tell on do shortly, and also behind everything where they happen for local live to a fine picture and everything, Mr. Obafemi Pama in Safe Day with 3 Live. T-Boy, welcome. Tell Fambule Madu and tell what they expect for today's program.
Hello, welcome people. Welcome to Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook, and welcome to everybody who watch me. And I want to say good luck to all for today's show. Today's show gets a lot of gravy. The sauce they will be in can and plenty. We get mayonnaise, we get ketchup, we get salad sauce, we get barbecue sauce. Plenty sauces the day today for make we get the nice flavor of the show. Although I talk about nice flavor of the show, but I want for we get the insights of what's in the show get for be like. It's not really going to be a nice flavor, but a flavor that will raise your eyebrow, that will make you think, okay, what is this all about? Okay, now something they go now, This show will give you a lot of And when you see Salomon say, must not say that it's plenty trouble they end up in day. So today's show, I will cook pini na for day. But take some more, where the pini not too far from you, surrounding the way you want to make you comfortable. So that's what I want to say, Juma. Today's show is going to be very interesting, controversially different in terms of what we can begin to discuss. We get a lot of cultural differences in what we see and how we perpetuate things them in one way, whether it's the right way or whether it's the wrong way, or how we look at things generally with things in Leone. Because as a nation, I think we don't go through a lot. Are we going back to revisit the darker days of Sierra Leone? And I see people in the make mention of in the 80s, people in the make mention of 1960 dawn. I think we are now in the most modernized age. This is the 20th century. I think things have changed. If things haven't changed for those who were born in the 60s and 50s, they should be able to understand the concept of what it means by Gen Z. If you don't know what that is, you should go and find out what it is, because it is now the new generation of young people that are taking over the world. So we got to understand that concept and know how they relate to them, even though it gets a lot of age differences. But these are our kids. We should be able to understand their concept, and they also should be able to understand, because I didn't know me disagree at some point. But today's show is going to be very much interesting, because it's going to be a mixture of reality, culture, brutality, injustice, and a lot more. That is what we intend to discuss on today's show. Over to you.
Thank you so much, T-Boy. T-Boy don't begin on the phone. And of course, it's Naboku. The only thing that we want for caution.
Please, but by the time we come back to Juma, I believe say the network will come back to normal. But in the meantime, I want for say kudos to everybody they're online now, and I want for also to talk about we find gentlemen we done there with me for the past couple of years, both online and on offline. Juma now fangé na begin fangé so can you imagine?
So I say this one is unusual. Sorry for the break in transmission.
I'm sorry for the break. I should don't be apologize. So you go apologize. Say you should don't.
I don't understand. This is not one day.
They don't make you go for that enough.
Anyway, and sometimes we have for say just not really, you know, like maybe they say I just want for caution people, let them hold their nose, let them fair nose guard, because we let them not begin crepe people here with shovel, now for let them not begin cut people their nose, because then they go say and soon I know that say let's say if cut nose man then at tongue, people not for sneeze again a problem. So they are on a fair nose guard. Whilst we continue the program, I will welcome we guest for just say hello to Ona, and we expect another guest as well for joining with this conversation, Mr. Yusuf Jallo. Welcome, the Cow Footprints. Tell family Amado.
Family na kushe njarama goita nala Cabo. Great for actually for me one more time with Sierra Leone. I know it's been a while, but family on Akusha, gladly for the so today and discuss this wonderful topic that we can discuss. Well, wonderful, but very important topic that we can discuss. And hopefully by the time we done this discussion this evening, we all go learn a little bit more than probably we think we know, or maybe we will already confirm a lot of what we already know and probably give for consider how serious we know already.
All right, thank you so much, Yusuf Jallo. Welcome again. We're glad to forget you, Naya, always, and we hope say we other guests could join me shortly. So, Fambule Masunado Yegiwe Tiboy Bidon begin the layout which we get for una today. Last week, if una call, part of how we go inside the Republic, with conversation being centered around the LAJ and the police saga. At that time, mostly it was just hearsay, rumors, we will hear on social media and individual conversation that we'll get with people we possibly we know see something get first-hand information. But as at that time, we haven't get any formal statements or any official statement from the Sierra Leone police, from the government of Sierra Leone, or the people that we concerned. But as at today, a week later, we don't get more than enough information. And I'm sure, this conversation don't dominate, the airwave, social media, and even the, not just living rooms, but bedrooms as well. It's a concern for everybody. So we decide, let we revisit this conversation, and CRGM Media join everybody from last week, because we took a decision here live for do a flyer. We say free LAJ. We demand justice. And we are continuing on that path today. Say we demand justice, not just for LAJ, but for every injustice where they happen at the country. But because today the conversation, we want to focus on, let the context be around waiting happen to LAJ and, with the police, the reactions and everything. So that is our conversation today. Let's go to we guests since in not been there, so with we last week. Let it tell we waiting in nobody's issue firstly, and secondly, waiting at the initial reaction. Over to you, Yusuf Jallo.
Thank you very much, Brother Juma. And I think for me, make up first of all say when I hear about the LAJ issue, I take time for watch a lot of the social media live, especially in specific live we do. We show is inside motorcar, all with him go on at that time. I watch exactly with him they go on day. And then eventually, of course, we are able to go arrest him and watch some of the other Facebook live about him being creepy and I ate and so on. And for me, that was what shocked me the most. Make this quite clear to plenty of we people, and because I know say there's a hot debate going on, argument and even course going on at the moment on this particular topic. Now, Yusuf Jallo, not really interested in the saga between the rappers and the young battles that we then get. That's not my thing. As an artist, my own art form is an art form we call for total respect for every other single artist. That's not one of the very first things about my art form we are practice and we are learn. Respect for every other artist and honor whatever then self they contribute for make we community better and for make we life better and for make we live able for see life in a slightly different and better way, if you like. So that's my own art form. So whatever the beef is in rap and all those things, really I'm not interested at all in that. Me angle where me they come out from, which shock me at the angle of see them creeping aid. Then some of the other stuff that why you see them they do for say they they inject with some chemical goodness no establish if that is true or not. To me, that was the shocking bit for me, and for many different reasons why that was shocking to me. The first thing I think for me, not simply that this thing of for court somebody like a LAJ in here speaks volumes of something we're very historical, something we're very, very colonial, something we're very spiritual, but something we sidom na the underbelly of we your own attitude towards we self as a people, as Black people and as African people. Something day we sit na the underbelly right now is subconscious. We make we behave this way to ourselves, or we make the police do that to LAJ. And I think that this, to me, now we really get for deal with. Now we really get for address, I think. The issue that it is LAJ, for me, it does not necessarily matter. It could have been anybody else. However, though, the important, significant thing here is that because of LAJ particularly, this matter don't come right up to the right up to the whole public in notice internationally and so on. So it's important, of course. I think it's important that we deal with that we look at that. So while it is a political issue, it is also a social, cultural, and spiritual issue. So if I start off first of all, make I go way back. Let me begin look first from the kind of political angle, if I may. The issue with hair, Black people hair, go way back to we interaction with Europeans and Arabs. They go way back. One of the very first things where any foreigner, we're not a Black person, when they encounter an African person, the very first thing then they always notice, now we're here. That's the first thing they notice, and one for talk about, usually now in the one for touch self. That's significant.
Yusuf, sorry, lie interject. Before you continue, you saying that it's not just here, it's an identity. Because even in your, when they want to form a profile about somebody, then they ask waiting at the person in hair color or texture of hair or something about the hair, right? So they use that to identify people and form a profile, just like QI as well. All right, just continue. Yeah,
that's correct. Definitely. Now I will come to the point of identity now. In the sense that if we go back to ancient Kemet times, Egypt times, when the people from Greece and all in country, when they come into Africa, the first thing when they notice and identify the Africans, the Black Bantu Africans per se, even the Nilotic Africans, is about the hair. They will tell you about the woolly hair. They will tell you about the curly hair. These are very significant. Now, the foreigners there, if I may use foreigners, but generally invaders that will come from Europe and again from the Arab. One of the very first things that they will always do for take we identity of we, now for cut the hair. The moment when they encounter with them, go to war or they are then captured in any way from ancient times, now for cut the hair. And that's very significant because that is you head, now you crown. You hair, now you now an extension of your brain, now an extension of your thinking. You hair. So one of the very first things that people then don't do from ancient times when they come and encounter Africans, particularly Africans, now for cut we hair. It signifies, it shows the importance of this we hear what we get now we head. And when you consider that, you know, for say when the Europeans then come in literally in terms of colonization. So when they come into Africa, every time they go to war or fight or they catch anybody where they rebel, they want for courts the hair we come out within a year. And for them, it's a way of humiliating you, dehumanizing you, and taking you away from your own identity. Now, when we look at that, one of the things them where people in non-fight for over the years, whether Kwame Nkrumah them, Nelson Mandela them, everything what they non-fight for is about your identity. Ngugi wa Thiong'o, 1986, when he wrote the book Decolonizing the Mind, he talked very, very clearly for say the colonization now a total encroachment. An encroachment, we get political consequences, social consequences, economic consequences, cultural consequences, and also psychological consequences as well. And that's very, very important here. And we can't take these things for granted. So in fact, somebody like Ngugi wa Thiong'o was one of these people where they push for say, we get to totally wipe out this colonialism that we mind and actually take on and go back to we full form as Africans. Now, so when we address that issue there, first of all, for see, whose side we don't come out, whose side we come out in terms of how other people in the sea we get for begin for ask ourselves, then, well, really, what are the importance of this we are being now we ate? Because if other people see it and then wait for dehumanizing for cut we hear, then we get for begin for understand what do they really see in this hair on our head. And then it take me now to the other levels. If we look at just let's just take biology for a moment. I'll try to put them as simply as I can. As African people, we get different textures of hair. Now we will get from straight right through to the coily one. And we know for say we hair, like I say earlier on, an extension of we brain. We hair now like an antenna. It communicate, it take transmissions from outer space. We hair they take transmission. Because of melanin, because of this black skin we get, we are a lot more successful. I don't even get the English word. We able for catch. Like I want to use the word for.
No. I just sufula pawina so.
Because of we hair and we melanin, we able for connect quickly to spirituality than with people. And we hair play a major role on that. Whenever you go some side, you hair, if you're afraid, you hair the tin up on you. Somebody go talk to me, yeah, don't tin up now. Eyes. It's because you hair connect to certain nerve endings inside your skin. And you connect quicker as black people. If I go inside Bible, we talk of Samson. I'm sure we all know that story there. Samson basically now dreadlocks man. If he gets dada.
Like LAJ.
Just like LAJ, if he get dada 98. John the Baptist inside the Bible, himself, if he gets dada 98. If you check a lot of the very spiritual people in those days, all of them, they get dada. Go to India, you go find the same thing there. Because they understand the importance of the hair as a receptor, as an antenna, where they help we body and help we for react to certain situations them or environments that we find ourselves. And the more coily you hair be, the more receptive even you hear it be. And It's simply because, check the galaxy. When I talk of Milky Way, a day in coiliform. Check your DNA, a day in coiliform. Even when you check water, if you look water where it rotates, it always in coiliform. We here reflect all of these things. Now at the talks, I go into an area where sometimes most people not ever really consider it. But the reason why they go into this, now for make we begin to understand the significance of this, so that we begin to understand the gravity of what he mean for say you just go cut somebody in here. Una when a woman them when they listen to this program right now, una know for say if somebody go for plant you here, una they tell me say not to all man go touch una aid, not to so. You see if you touch your aid, you go make the aid sour. So not to woman for touch your aid. You careful where they go put it under. It's because your hair is very sensitive. Your hair is incredibly spiritual. Ask the sick people, sick religious people where I meet in India. It's the same thing. They cut their hair. Plenty they want doing then yogi. And they cut their hair. And all that is very, very significant. Very important. Now, so when it comes to African people, the energy, the power within we hair, since we meet the colonial people, again, the Europeans and Arabs, that is one thing they've always tried to do, for use we hair for subdue we. So when you talk of institutional racism, usually, you get issues then where they come all the time, then they discriminate against we institutionally just by your hair. So then give we comb for make we kill the hair now we age. They will make a skate, they don't like their own. And the more we they do that, the more you actually kill your very identity. Today, there's already they talk about how the Boku cream they would use now aid, all into they affect you, they give woman and fibroids, this, that, they talk all of these things. Because we are very sensitive. We can't mess about with it the way we mess about with so many chemicals then. We are, as black people, that's significant. So if we take all of that, then we come to the other area where we'll talk about in fact, even just well a day in the case of in the point of the racism. I don't know if you have to stop me, you can stop me, but I just want to drop this one point just for set the tone, right? I want to read something here so for with people, just to make us set the tone for now, if that is okay. That's this right, was right. A case. All right, this was a case in Brazil. Because in Brazil, racism so strong there, still is, right? I want to read to you the lyrics of a song where they write in Brazil, where they sing in Brazil, and this is not so long ago. Let me just read these lyrics for now, yeah? It says here, the song was by a guy called Francisco Everardo Oliveira Silva. Okay, he's known by his stage name as Tiririca, or Tiririca, and his stage name that one day. This is what he wrote in the lyrics. He says, when she passes, she calls my attention. But her hair, there is no way, no. Her katinja, body odor. Yeah, katinja means body odor. Almost caused me to faint. Look, I cannot stand her odor. Look at her hair. It looks like a scoring pad for cleaning pans. I already told her to wash herself, but she insisted and don't want to listen to me. This smelly nigger, as in black woman, negra, black woman, stinking animal that smells worse than a skunk. Now, this may appear shocking, but this is very importantly we understand how other people are seeing us. The significance of we hair goes far deeper than just say, oh, look me afro hair. From I want for coming to the cultural angle. Again, like I say, if you want for stop,
yeah. So I want to pull on there a little bit, so we go, push the conversation, go small. But thank you so much because that what you do so very important. You understand? Because people need to understand, because we like for trivialize things, we like for joke with them. Because I sure say, T-boy, our leg come in. I sure say even the person will carry the act or the one that will give the instructions, possibly either deliberately they know, because some of the rumor will be here, they say, let we cut in here because now they empower them. So how would you want to, get someone to be powerless? Why you for one for make let somebody be powerless if not crime this person commits? Why you want for let it be powerless? Is it because you're just stupid, you're just ignorant, or you're just evil? T-boy, over to you regarding the ear, the cutting of the hair first. Then they can go now to the press release where the reasons they will engage. Over to you, T-boy.
Listening to Yusuf's analogy of the hair concept, I think is very important, because myself being very close to hair, I would say for the past 30, 35, I don't know, can't talk my age, I've been very close to doing hair. So basically, I know exactly the importance of hair we people engage for themselves, especially when it comes to women. And when you look at man, I think traditionally, sometimes it is the beginning of initiation for men for going to society. For example, and we'll say hunting or jep or whatever it might be. You will see, say, when you look at certain people, they will get that kind of significant value there. Sometimes in his initiation for birth, with people in unborn picking, when they name them, something will create in it, forget a new name. It's like you've been reborn again. And most times when you look at that concept there of hair, I think the significance of family, some of what they take for granted. I don't know whether we used to make mention of incidents maybe they happened in Jamaica 30, 40 years ago, when they actually caught people here and they will get dreadlocks, imprison them, and then we look at them like people of no significance. Now, until they rise up at some point and say to them, Rastafarian, your hair is part of it. That's the amount of value we then put for dreadlocks. And again, if you look at dreadlocks, you get different forms of dreadlocks. You get dreadlocks when are fashionable dreadlocks. You get dreadlocks when are the deep-rooted Rastafarian dreadlocks. You get dreadlocks where you would do just for the sake of fancy. Okay, I want for twist me and turn on to dreadlocks. I want to make short knots. So there are different forms, and the kind pleasure or the kind impacts where you get in your dreadlocks, now the amount of time where you don't go on for, it becomes part of you. Now, like when you just keep picking with it alongside you, when they ever abandon you, it always do with you. That's the essence of dreadlocks. So the longer it becomes, the more attached it becomes to you, the more significant it makes in your life. So if you want people who actually grow dreadlocks and then cut them, it hurts for see. Especially when that dreadlocks they don't go to certain lengths, you don't fall on your back, you don't begin to go to some kind of length. You look at now like a not God kind figure, but like something attached to you where gets very, very high significance. Like I used to highlight when back in the days of slavery, when they cut you here, then they remove your pride in you and reduce you to zero. That's the amount of dignity when they take away from you and make you look like you are nothing. Because if you are not willingly accepting your hair to be shaved off, take for example, where picking from gymnastics, especially girl picking. I make this example because that's not the importance of girl picking in here. So until this girl picking, you make banana oats, they make stubborn, you make the eye. Then you go see one time uncle say, when I cut here, I know we're gonna split again. That day it change the picking in elements of what it will do straight away, automatic fix. Because in a say, if they cut me here, me old 16, what is in it for me now to go out there and feel proud of being a woman? But in other cultures, for example, in Kenya, in some part of South Africa, picking the primary school up to secondary school level, they have their head shaved because it's less attention to dignity in terms of them focusing on education, so they don't get time for being focused in doing different fashion hairstyles. That is a cultural practice. So if any begin going here and you feel to say can get out time, no, not at all. For school-going kids, that is mandatory. So
no, even in Ghana, they do that. Even in Ghana.
Yeah. So we don't look at the cultural practice of what it mean to we as human beings. As Black people, we hear, now we aid is very much important. I know some people are when they feel comfortable because I'm not getting here and I anymore, they get bullied, they constantly they wear hats because that's the significance of being here to them. It either makes you feel some kind of way, something you feel to say, oh, if I get bullied, I'm old. Now, people when they become fashionable about gray hair, they feel say, oh yeah, it makes me have a different kind of significance to the others without gray hair. So now even younger men and women are proud of having young or white gray hair. I remember back in about 5 years ago when the Taliban became a so-called team of the pack for people to talk about every other day, beard for Muslims was like a taboo. Automatically, when you walk into any environment with your beard, you have a significant importance. People will look at you that you're a terrorist, you're a Muslim, you're not coming there for anything good other than to cause trouble. But for the fact, say, the beard the way Muslim in the group and the long hair is part of their traditional or their religious culture, it becomes very important. So how we take them in a salon is possibly a question we should start to ask. Is it of any significance to you if you are forced to shave your hair without your consent? What's in that mean to you?
We'll go to the legal side of it just now, but just find who they set the tone. And just to for come to a point as well, taking it to the Sierra Leone context again, we'll talk about dreadlocks, for example. You say some people now fashion, right? Some people they go on because of spiritual connections. Some people is just natural. They want them, they picking the way they're born with dreadlocks. What do we do to them? We attach special importance to them.
Spiritual importance.
Spiritual, right? What you can say? We say that and then not to ordinary picking them, not touching here, not play with them. Yusuf, if you want for highlights cultural thing, just mention quickly, then I'll go to the legal reason. I'll go to specifically LAJ issue quickly.
Yeah, you're very right, Juma. I think important, even before we go to the legal issues, if finally we lay these grounds, very correct. Because if we not put this within context, then when we go to the legal issues, them or implications, then we can tend for go down the entire area. They make you always get in a with that one day, right? And me one day we look at the cultural issue first. We look and then we fully understand why it is that we should really consider this thing. 1963, right? What in T-Boy Binitrafo mentioned earlier on about the Jamaican issue. 1963 was when the Jamaican government feeling very threatened about the growth of Rastafarians. Then now Jamaica, the Jamaican government literally passed a kind of a decree out for say any dreadlocks Rasta dead or alive, they should bring them down. I mean, that was a very dreadful time for Rastafarians, if you can imagine. And quite a number of them were killed, beaten up, locked up in prison. Why? Simply because of their hair on their head. And that come out from a specific dogma. And usually that dogma is a Christian-based dogma, even sometimes Islam, but more Christian-based dogma and a European-centric based Christian kind of dogma that pushes for people with locks on their hair to be degraded. And in Jamaica, it came out. And Sierra Leone has that big time. We get that issue there and the undertone. And that I get now so jamba business no more.
Stereotyping people, yeah.
Right. So they stereotype people. Because if that is the case, then let us bring David Senge, hello, Kotinyon Dada. At the end of the day, he himself did do all kind of rap business. So they were associated and say, "If not the drug business, now is don't pay." You understand me?
Because you get Dada, na idula, na rariman, na thiefman, and all them things. Yeah,
right. So if anything, at least David Senge don't show for say no. And if at least within Sierra Leone, if he's saying no, you will get your locks to your head, but you're very intelligent. And there are many beautiful women in Freetown and in Sierra Leone. We get locks on their head, decent and incredibly decent people, and law-abiding citizens. So the locks on your head not determine whether you're a man or you're a lawful person or what. It doesn't determine that at all. This gets a total different thing issue altogether. In terms of how you behave, usually gets a different thing altogether for do. But what's happening is that we don't associate bad habits with person we get locks in head. And this again, this is Nai Ngugi wa Thiong'o, they try for deal with, where they say decolonizing, the thing of colonization is an invasion inside we mind. Everything we're positive about we don't turn our upside down for we. And we say, don't take and just take it that no, I don't turn upside down for we. So locks that is spiritual, locks that was revered, somebody like that you revere them. We don't turn up for somebody, we get locks like that in our lucky person, that person we're not better whatsoever. Now for beat them, for kill them, as it happened in Jamaica. Now it's also happening in Sierra Leone. Not even now, it's been happening in Sierra Leone for quite a while. And this has to change. This kind of mentality has to change. You understand? We get to understand, we get to go back for understand the importance of here. This is why I started this way. Maybe we must also take into consideration waiting LAJ in Papa say.
Right.
Right. He say, I don't buy 3 cows for me picking in here. 3 cows. That is significant. We cannot take that for granted. What Tinamani they say. Any one per we wouldn't pull Nado as as full of people them, or maybe many other cultures of course get the same thing, but specifically as full of people. When they pull Nado, you papa they no go buy that cow. That is the offering that they are making to spirituality for make this we begin able for survive and live strong and live a well fulfilled life. They offer that, and you can't take that for granted. Within the courts that here, we got a ceremony all around this now. So for the African, and because you're in a foreign European uniform, all of a sudden you see your other African person in a specific way. In fact, you see your African, you see a reflection of yourself, and you beat that person, you kill, you do all kind of bad things for cutting here. That is the lowest of the lowest form of another they call humanity. That is barbarism. Now we don't go adopt, and we don't take this again coming from how others have been seeing us. There's a case of a young man in a specific school. This happened in England. This happened, and I'm sure now the Americans will get similar cases. But this Boboguna is they go attend the secondary school. All of a sudden, a hair always na cornrow. He get nine hair. He gets cornrow. In Papa get cornrow. He grew up never thinking anything about it until he go to this school. All of a sudden, they say they get for take off that cornrow and cut his hair because they no want make he adopt any kind of bad gangster behavior. Now the Bobo confused. Now he's thinking, well, I don't ever see me hair as anything wrong. How all of a sudden I see I'm wrong? And this is the subliminal message that's been passed on for generations to us as African people. That something is wrong with we hair, something not right. So we women they get for well wig na the head, we're hot, then they slap the head all the time. Because there's something subliminal being told that this will be enough. When in fact, this will be is the absolute perfection of what creation is all about. This complete with melanin. And until we begin to approach this unapologetically, we will continue this self-hate, which is exactly what in this police them actually they perpetrate. It's just a self-hate about themselves. Not forget about LAJ, just themselves. They hate themselves. Why they doing what they're doing? Because it's not only LAJ that's been done to, it's been done to many other people, like you say. Cause that it's today here, come out gonna it again. You go creep it too long. If I will creep too long, somebody have to slap your head already. It's this form of dehumanizing us. We just constantly the beat we set down like this. And this principle or this element, this attitude, it's not just there because the police do more. It is right across the board to politics, to economics, to every single strand. It is the very reason why we have politicians who come into power and then treat we like a shit. It is the very reason, because they don't have a value. Then it continue for dehumanize we. Except in this case, where they look at dehumanizing us just in terms of the hair. And in this case, we look at locks particularly, that has a lot more cultural and spiritual significance, locks particularly.
All right, thank you so much, Yusuf Jallo, for that. And I sure say we don't lay the importance of that. So if you, they out here that you they think say about waiting at the big deal, now cutting, yeah, it will go back. We want for you think deep, say it's beyond that. T-Boy, last show, we exposed something, Naya. And we strongly believe the way how we play everything out, that's how it happened. And the press release, the police press release, confirm most of that, although they still try for deny one of the issues there, where now the injection, that they inject LAJ with something. But one thing we want to remind people and for, now that we established Naya, that LAJ was kidnapped from Congo Cross police station or in the midst of other police officers there, where we don't arrest them by unknown people and can't go na a torture camp. Is that still the case, or you get a different viewpoint?
Well, if you want me to make reference to the police press conference or press statement where they release, now two different stories than this. So
no, go back first. So what do you think the last your position still stand the same or it changed?
Of course, my position still stand, because again, if you remove somebody from a holding station where he not been there inside holding cell, was about to make a statement, and then you physically remove them, and the police cell where you remove them from being totally there against that particular procedure because it wasn't followed properly, is kidnapping. And I still stand by that. So basically, okay. I haven't changed my mindset on the fact that there was a special force we then call OSD or SSD, if I remember, it's not the same name they all two get. We come for take LAJ Nada Congo Cross police station to an unknown location until it was identified to be Benghazi. And the funny thing, why would you name a holding headquarter police, OSD headquarter Benghazi? Do people really know what's the significance of that particular name, Benghazi? Do you know why that place was given the name Benghazi? Do you know exactly what used to happen in Benghazi? Do you know even where Benghazi is? Or do you know why the name Benghazi, why it became so popular all over the world? And we not see nothing for name a holding facility where for all people they don't accuse for commit crime until they go face their judgment in courts. They name them after the most notorious Benghazi. If you don't know, find out about what in Benghazi mean, who said they call Benghazi, and why they choose for call the holding center with the opposite U building used by the OSD Benghazi. And if not a Benghazi, not the official name, what is the official name of that place? I think we must have lost it. Because otherwise, Benghazi shouldn't have stand out to be the name that everybody knows. So for that reason there alone, it means there is something in that particular environment that is not good.
Correct.
definitely.
Evil thing the way they happen.
Exactly.
They kill people and then they torture.
It's
because in
definitely
Benghazi, that's what happens, right?
It's not a safe haven for nobody.
Right.
That's why it's called Benghazi. So if you understand, then take you pausing, take LAJ out of the picture, then take you pausing, then can go to that place where they call Benghazi, Nasalone. 50-50 chances he will not come out to be the same person anymore, because by the time they release him, he will have been physically, emotionally, and mentally tortured. And it's been done significantly for that purpose. So let me take them into consideration now and see why they name him Benghazi. So me stands on the first issue of the kidnapping and the police reports, why we not hear from them for almost a week, is exactly the reason why we hear for them after a couple of days. And the funny story they read in the Kangiri of what happened here, what happened there, reading from what constitution or what not constitution, and we lead up to people already make some kind of story, very not a realistic story. But again, I don't know whether I want to come to the press release where they send. Or
I'll come to the press release. Let's go to Yusuf Jallo. Then okay. Then I'll listen to you on that press release. So Yusuf Jallo, we finally know you from the police or the government for over a week for account for a citizen of Sierra Leone for over a week. One thing was a missing person, somebody disappeared for 24 hours. Now, any society, it becomes a concern, correct? Let alone police or military or security apparatus hold somebody for over a week. One, people had rumor that he was in Benghazi, as in Konaso, they call him until then tell with the official name. He was in Benghazi. In family members then go there, LAJ family members then go there, then deny and say no, they let them go CID. Lawyer go there, then deny and say no, they don't even allow an entrance force. The LAJ and Papa go there, the same thing. People of concern went there and then deny them force. The one that we push say, look me, brother, they were arrested. Okay? So, but we'll come to that day about the others. But let me go to the police the explanation. We get 3 statements. First, you get the media 2 person, Assistant Superintendent Sayo. I don't know whether it's context the last name. He actually say we not get no rights for shave anybody head, creep anybody head. First statement. Then followed by a press release, official press release, where say confirm say yes, but then refuse for name outside the whole LAJ. They say in one of our stations, and that station they then get a standard operating procedure. Then get rules say anybody then for creeping it, but they refuse to name the station. Say a standard operating procedure, SOP. The third statement, now the Inspector General of Police in an in BBC interview, he acknowledged say the caught LAJ in dread because he want to use the dread for strangling himself, for killing himself, because the crime where they hold on for a big crime, so LAJ want for die before he go to court. Like this guy they inside LAJ heart first. So I want to look at them 3 statements and they lie your opinion, because I see the smile, but then I'll count to T-Boy for lying yourself. Over to you.
Oh man. First of all, make us say may heart go out to the family. And may heart go out to the family of LAJ. But I also must admit that may heart go out also so whoever it is where the Kuskas happen at the petrol station as well, because whichever way it is, Kuskas happened, some people were hurt, some people were injured, something happened there. And so may heart go out as well to them, because my brother, the way how Sierra Leone is right now, one police case, but some lie. Anybody will get police case, even when you get right, now you end up spending more past with the at fault. And that is if you get the opportunity for secure you right where you get. But if you not tell me you right, will turn wrong. One thing is very clear in Sierra Leone, and we have to consider this very serious, is that there is a huge, deep lack of trust between the people and the police. This is not by accident. It is not by accident. Those in authority must understand that those days when you do things to people and people say, I left me case, good God, those days have long gone, not with social media now. You cannot fool any one of us. And aside from social media, a lot of we right now, more educated in the Western way. We get more, and when I say educated, in other words, we're able to access the information these days. So you're not go able to tell me any kind of bull crap and you think you go get away with it. You can't. Those days have gone. And especially when you get, I'm afraid to say, sometimes people who are not necessarily qualified to be in certain positions. So what those kind of people do is that they make the office that they hold look totally disrespectful and insignificant. That's the danger we're in Sierra Leone right now. I go Sierra Leone, and they meet police officers them. When you talk to them, they think to yourself, Lord have mercy, would I go put this also as police officer? Because they don't have a clue sometimes what they talk about. But again, I mean, that comes to the quality of the recruitment we will bring inside the police force, which is another discussion altogether. But whatever the case is, that quality of those people that we are recruiting is affecting the effectiveness of the police. It affects the truthful performances of the police, the way the police is supposed to handle we as citizens. And this is important. We cannot joke with this at all. In England, in America, in any sober country, let me forget about England, just any sober country, before you say they go be police, then they do so many background checks on you. For make sure say you sober. I don't need for telling the characteristics of plenty of we police officers than Sierra Leone. I mean for telling that. Una will watch me, una know. I am sure una know of many police them where they do horrible, worse things them all over the whole place. Now, and that's the situation LAJ they defend themselves right now. Not for the first time. Okay, he's been in this situation with the police for within 4 years. Within 4 years. So something is just going amiss. But whatever the case, when you listen to the statements of the police officers, and these are the high-level police officers in Sierra Leone, you listen to their statements, it gives grave cause for concern. Any sober-minded Sierra Leone, regardless of how we may think or whatever, this is a serious cause for concern. Me, Yusuf Ujalo, feel right now that I cannot trust the police force in Sierra Leone. And I said this publicly. I cannot trust the police force in Sierra Leone. Not with what they see when they are telling blatant lies. Blatant lies. I'm not an idiot. Right? But I'm not an idiot. I know as well, I don't read most of what in the police is supposed to do in certain circumstances. We know this. I know this. If I see the police behave any other way else apart from how they're supposed to behave in terms of the procedures, I'm going to question. As a citizen of Sierra Leone, they are our servants. Therefore, they should protect us. That's what they are paid for. People and they say to me, hey, well, people in Sierra Leoneans, we say we have to respect the police. Yes, But guess who side they respect they come up first? The police now force for respect to, because now we employ them, now we pay them. But they first for showing respect. But they're supposed to make sure say with safety, every security comes number one first. But is that what the Sierra Leone police does often? I don't necessarily think so. And that's my own personal opinion. I don't necessarily think so. And I'm not saying that all the police are bad. Definitely not. But I've had so many incidences in Sierra Leone will make me begin to see the incident that really happened with the IG. The talk say LAJ now because he want for strangle himself.
I want demonstrate for me how person they using dreadlocks for strangling himself. I want to demonstrate.
No, they are made right now. I don't know how.
Because I still imagine from where you talk I try for imagine how the whole year say you rap now you eat, then you jack, you kill yourself. It long enough. It able for you that weight, that gravity, for let you kick, then you die.
I've never had that. I've never attempted it, so I don't know. But the thing is, common sense tells me that, come on, IG, tell us another lie. But this is not the way to go ahead. And it's on BBC, for heaven's sake.
And he went further to
what does it
say? Nothing else but the truth. The only thing we missed was so help me God. I think I didn't cut him.
That is all he missed.
I am sure he said that Umar Ufofana edits that part where he say nothing but the truth, so help me God. I think Umar Ufofana helped me, so help me God. He felt embarrassed for him before he filed the report.
Oh man, I mean the thing is, Juma, I know many of us have laughed at it and so on, but it is serious. Our president, our president says he has been traveling a lot so that he can raise the reputation of Sierra Leone, raise the good name of Sierra Leone. That's what he said. Yet he has appointed the head of the police force, who stands exactly the same as the head of the police in America or in England. And if they were to go on conferences, they will all be together. He's appointing a man sitting in a position of such high standard. And this man is, in my opinion, defiling what their seat really, truly is all about. And let's call a spade a spade. I'm not going to beat around the bush at all about it, because at the end of the day, it's about Sierra Leone. And if we care about Sierra Leone enough, we must ask and demand for better. That's my view about it. And to make it even interesting is the fact that both of the two police senior officers, both of them conflicted in the information that they were giving us. So who is right, who's wrong? Okay. And this is what I'm trying to say, that those days when Sierra Leoneans could just be told anything and they would just sit down, those days have gone. Those days have gone. I believe, this is why I believe that our president has to know this, that those days have gone. Respect us, for heaven's sake, that we have some intelligence. That you cannot just come and tell us anything like this. Now, I mean, there are many other effects that this kind of statement have in the international community. Lots of different effects, So we cannot take this trivially and just joke around with it like that. But then again, maybe that is the nature of Sierra Leone. And if that is the nature of Sierra Leone, well, let's all sign up to it and say, hey, this is it. And those who want to opt out, opt out. Personally, I just think it's a disgrace. It's a shame.
Okay. Thank you so much. We other guest we don't join with Mr. Almunu. Welcome. We'll get him on air shortly. But I'll go to T-Boy quick. T-Boy, what's your response? Waiting at your response. We can speak about just now. Waiting at your response on the SOP, the Superintendent Sayo Conte and IG Subula, the different statement that we hear for justify cutting of the year, but leaving out, say, they're not inject LAJ.
The superintendent in your statement to me name baffled everything. And then the IG in your is just You know when I say the icing of the cake, then the IG just do. He just puts the smooth icing on top of the cake with the superintendent don't can make. Okay, now we're talking about the police force in Sierra Leone and what's in there stand for. Which century we live into? So like the 20th century, right? And then you get
21st century
police officer we possibly not all 50 years yet. I could tell you that for sure. Maybe if you don't 50, around in 50, 55.
Uda.
You should pretend.
Okay.
I know they say the Inspector General, the Superintendent. For me, guys, you know, now a public radio station and begin quotes for the 1960 Constitution.
No, when I told you, so you talk about Superintendent Brahma, the Assistant Inspector General of Police. Brahma.
The Assistant Inspector General.
Yeah, so you get the deputy when I'm media one, where he actually quotes waiting the law saying we not get right for shame anybody here. You know what happened to him?
No.
He's been demoted. They don't send him a roti funk. Now one police post. Immediately, with immediate effect, they sent him to roti funk. Then latest memo yesterday, he was demoted and sent to roti funk. Continue.
Not because he quotes what's in the police constitution.
Yeah, because he say the police not get right for do that.
All right.
He stood for the truth here.
Okay, I just want to go back to what's in the deputy superintendent.
No, this nine down there I talk about. This time the Assistant Inspector General of Police they talk to where my content way the court to you 1916 law, this
right.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
To be honest to you, they don't do a constitutional review where the late Joseph Saidu Momo make the right to the 1991 constitution, right? Are we being governed by the 1991 constitution or 1960 constitution? What are we being governed by? For you make a legitimate quotation, something we give you rights, possibly about 50 years ago or 60 years ago. We're not in existence anymore because we are now being governed by the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone. For you make two references, and you're very proud of the first one, 1960, and you go to the second one, so then review them, where they even add more value to 1964. But what thing we fail for understand, I think back in history, I remember last week's show, we talk about the reason why we have the elites of the Bow School, where we make reference to say, now one of the institutions that we don't destroy salon, where you talk say, the people that always go Bow School, the people that we then train. No, now the foot of state, now I made that statement, they say, now the people that we then train, the ideology of the slave masters then being filtered into the generation of the chieftain beginning when they work with. So the same ideology for being maintained going forward. So what's in then they can install in the chieftain begin them now the supremacy ideology where the Bow School student will look like the other people that will not go to school like underdogs. They don't have no respect and value for them. Treat them like how the slave masters been on the this way, which is practically what's in then they try for putting to practice. So, because the police force was created in Sierra Leone for that same particular purpose, for them demoralize the values of Black people, of Sierra Leoneans, because they want to install fear and everything will make you not get that power for challenge and ask questions. So that is the reason why the police force was set up. And I think that's the reason why the police force is being set up possibly all over the world for suppress certain particular group of people where they will either class as criminals or suspects for anything they want for put upon that person. So it's no difference with what's in the happen in Salon. But in Sierra Leone now it's slightly different because we look at the extreme form of suppression from you young people there, where if now it's maybe they do unto we all leala, Black Lives Matter, racism, brutality against Black people. But now, look at what's in a police officer there. So they say we were actually supposed to go to school, supposed to know the law, supposed not say the 1960-64 constitution does not exist anymore in Sierra Leone because it has been reviewed since 1991. That is practically more than 20 years.
You they forget the pattern of this government, that anything we get for do with something they don't do, a crime we then commit, then they go 100 years back. Now every level, from investigating corruption to anything, they start their own for 100 years back. They don't look at what's happening present because it's a form of distraction for them because they have nothing to hold on. That's why.
But I think, like Yusuf would say, it's about time that people understand. Say, the world is now open. For those who have access to information, will seek knowledge. For those who don't have access to information, will ask for access. Access will be denied sometimes, and access can be traced. But I listened to this young gentleman where the Uganda, when are the Bobby Wine. I listened to Bobby Wine, I think yesterday, conducting an interview from Germany. And all he stated was, don't look at us or me like your savior, because that is what people want us to believe. Nobody can save Sierra Leone. Now we first save Sierra Leone as individuals, as people, coming together and make sure that we stand for some of the things that happen. So police brutality, this is not the first time we're doing a show on our platform against police brutality to civilians in Sierra Leone. We've done more than 15 shows over the years. We don't bring down people that say police don't brutally assault any left birth case. We don't bring down lawyers them. We don't bring down professionals them where police don't brutalize. We don't left birth case. So basically, it is not something new that we're talking about. The LAJ situation, we have spoken about it like 3 times, and we don't get scenes of other shows them where involve police brutality, we get for do with LAJ in particularly, and others we're not so in particularly, but in your case, get for come in as well. But let me look at the sincerity of the police force. Let me say they have done something wrong. There's nothing wrong with them to come and say, sorry, we possibly must have taken this to the next level, which is not meant to be like that. But we apologize. It will not happen again. We've made a mistake on this one, and we get it wrong. It's not a crime.
All right.
It's not a crime. We've seen heads of states making apology statements about what their decision has caused the world. Not to individual, the world. The entire world has suffered for a silly decision that they took at that point in time, thinking it was the best. But they still came back and said, sorry, we got it wrong. Okay. The Salone police apologize for everything they done wrong to people in a salon. We've seen a lot of police brutality.
La bring Mr. Al-Issa Munu. Welcome, Mr. Al-Issa Munu. Now, Sierra Leone, like we all based in the UK, he's an activist. They follow activities in Sierra Leone, and I'm sure he's aware of what's in there. Mr. Al-Issa Munu, welcome. Tell family Madu. Your video don't go off, and your audio don't go off as well. All right, your audio there on and the video there
okay. Good evening, my family. Mina Al-Issa Munu. You want to introduce myself or just?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Good evening. I'm really very sorry that I'm late for join the program. My apologies to the sponsors them. As soon as I know say England drag not have the age. You understand? So obviously, when they call you, you don't get no choice because we get responsibilities both na Sierra Leone and the diaspora. Despite we age and so na the difficult. So, but never mind. Yes, of course. Mina Al-Issa Munu. I don't live in England for over 40 years. Although people in field say, "Why don't they over 40 years?" I mean, a very frustrated person. Well, I am not a frustrated person. Don't laugh. It's not funny. I'm not a very frustrated person. Me, I come to England over 40 years ago. Now, student visa and I'm bring me kind of can study a course. Well, I don't study long time ago. You understand? So therefore, and I spend half of my time they do studies, and majority of my time they do activism. You understand? So therefore, and I know kind of as an asylum seeker. Not a woman face me come on, I'm a face me come. You understand? So therefore, the way they pass information, they say I don't become frustrated. Well, I think I did in a far more better position. I don't go talk other things because it's the social media. But I just put the record straight. I'm glad you wanna give me the opportunity. Me na Alisa Muno, as I say, me na member of a concerned Sierra Leonean. Me na also a member of Amnesty International. Me a member of the SODO Group of Tenants and Residents Organization. Me a committee member of Tenants and Residents Associations. And in addition to that, I don't receive 2 civic awards then. Now this country, over me 40 years for sure, I'm not frustrated. The very first civic award I get now SODOC Civic Award, first civic award, 29th of May 1996. And then I get also another civic award from the Mayor of London, Boris Johnson, for that matter. For me, good work. All these awards now, good work they do within the community. When you know they pay me in a voluntary work, you understand? So, but we're not like we own society, and I they recognize voluntary work and all the rest of it. But it gives me an impetus, it gives me a value and empowerment for able to contribute. You could feel something, I even get the degrees, I don't. But I'm well versed in so many things. And some of these demonstrations that I don't get involved by, you understand? The very first demonstration where I get involved in this country was 1980, 33 Portland against Sheikh Stevens. You understand? This was headed by Ambrose Gada, blessed memory. I don't involve in the poll tax. I mean, I'm one of the second personnel in this country. I will demonstrate against the immigration and asylum bill in the House of Commons and the House of Lords. And not scrap them, but they make certain amendments. There will people and they don't ask for asylum, they don't get benefits today. So those people who think that we are useless, we are frustrated. We are not frustrated. And also, I was a member of the Labour Party, and I hold one of the highest positions, the Black and Ethnic Minority Officer, and not Sodok and Bamonzi. And as a result of myself here, for the first time, people go know this. Nami ward bringing the wars, the one na the Labour Party. You understand? See, we then pass a motion na Birmingham in 1993. You understand? So let people know these things. We just don't go around say we are frustrated. We are not frustrated people. We are very patriotic. We make sacrifice, and I continue to make sacrifice today. And also, I am member of the police consultative group. I don't involve in the Cardiff 4 demonstration, the Cardiff 6. They don't arrest me many times. But fortunately for me, I've never been charged. So I'm well fired. The police situation, and because I'm involved with it, you understand, until they introduced the PSC 1984 Act and all the rest of it. So I can tell you so many other things that I don't get involved, but I'm still involved as I speak. Yes, as I speak. And a lot of people don't realize I'm almost 70 years old.
Wow.
Yes, I look like a young boy. So I'm not a frustrated person. I'm still physically and mentally strong. I can do things that people think I cannot do. And I'm very patriotic. I love my country. I get dual citizenship. I don't pay tax in Sierra Leone. I can tell you now how I work. You understand that I don't work now many times. You understand it? I don't retire. So I am not a frustrated person who is useless at all. So last stop there, because I just want to give you just a synopsis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alisa Muno. And that is very important because, a fine way we get people on a platform for discuss issue, let we know. Because like Yusuf said earlier, one of the problems they will get, now all countries they will, before you become a police officer, then they do so many background checks before you qualify. But we don't know what's happening based on what they see as well. So this LAJ issue, waiting are your own take on it?
Thank you very much. The very first thing I condemn personally as an activist, I condemn the way they handle them. My comment is not about the wrong or what he do. As an activist, it's about the process. It's very, very important. We see a lot of people in way, then they feel moralized, and especially some of our colleagues, when they abroad and then at the diaspora, when they be part of this government, they know what's in at the score. A process is very, very important. I can just give you one or two examples. I get concerned about. I think now section 13.2 and section 21.1 of the 1991 Constitution. We give rights to individuals, when are citizens of that country. Now, I did tell now for somebody who involved, if I compare them to England, in those days, what I say in those days, in the 80s, we've been get similar situations where you get deaths in police custody, you get attacks, you name it, all sorts of nonsense. Then, under the Margaret Thatcher government, now they introduced for the first time in the history of this country, one doctrine we call PACE. Now, PAC, in a very short form for the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984. We give the powers of the power of who governs the major part of the police powers of investigation, including arrest, detention, interrogation, and search and of premises, personal search, and talking of samples. You understand, taking of samples, and then the right of the individual. And as a result of that, they set up what you call a police independent, so-called independent complaint forum, where police and ex-police officers and the manager. As a result of all the new measures there, now you get what you call the police consultative group, where in a combination between the community, the police, the local council, you understand, and the government, for do policing issues in each area, now the whole of metropolitan, you understand, and wherein you go get an issue with the concern the police budget, because part of the tax will they pay locally, now in the fund both the police and the fire force. So all of these things are so therefore LAJ situation. What some people in the chat for forget, and I think I listened to one of the police officers then at 98.1. I listened to the president of the Bar Association. I listened to Savula in interview at BBC. I listened to all these things. You understand? And if you look at what in the president of the Bar Association, I so like the way he handled the situation. You understand it? Now the process, because first and foremost, I think the follow up. I think when I don't cover the same similar point where T-Boy covered. This guy not afraid of God. They can't talk to the whole population like say we no go school. He go talk about 1966, 67 acts there.
And 1916.
1916. But what he failed for realize, in fact, I don't know if he go school, because if he go school, for any this constitution, 1990 constitution, I think it is under section 21 to which say any law or act or anything, you understand it? He get for he not take precedence, he get for work within the constitution. That's the because I'm not a lawyer, but one thing that I know of, it can be consistent with the constitution say. So therefore, anything outside the constitution, it's illegal. It's very, very illegal. You understand? Now this is the concern I get. The way we didn't treat this guy, and one thing we bother me also, some people they talk about mental problem, they talk about what you don't do in America. It's irrelevant. Right. Because now one thing where Mr. Suma, I want to remind people within Sierra Leone will be part of this government. Most of them, they're not the diaspora. They get dual citizenship. These people will need defense tomorrow. In case if they are treated the way wouldn't they treat people there, and they sat down there and they kept quiet. And now one concern I get. Two, the lawyers there. Now one lawyer way may get respect for now the whole country there. Now in a Basita. Basita is the only lawyer who I know of. It tweet, it expression, because one in speech way making the Bintu Money forum. Yes. If they tell me anything, God give me long life and well, but I have to go. I go try for meet and for say congratulations. I wish I'd been for do law, what I also wanted to do in my life. You understand? But I didn't do law. What a lot of people don't know that, because my mommy na fulamusu is say it's haram. They're so traditional, you understand? And
I second the motion. Mr. Papa tell me say na haram, I'll go hell. So
and believe me, now because of that, I have lawyer friends, you understand? Because even the way why they talk, the way why they write, You understand what they do? People think I'm a lawyer. I'm not saluting. I think if the nearest law I ever do a business law, but I'm well versed because the reason why then people and they force you for things we're not supposed to do because then they go get for affect you, they affect people, they may not resolve it. So therefore, I think it's very, very wrong, very illegal for what they did to this guy. You understand? They tell you that. You understand? May nobody know hide and give. Then contravene the 1991 Constitution. But let me tell you one funny thing where they bog me mind. This particular government, I've got nothing against the government, but I have something against them because they know they bastardize the Constitution, then they bastardize procedure, they know they respect no law. So I can spend this whole program telling you what this government had. I can give you a long list of problems, but I don't want to repeat myself.
Right.
I think it's very, very wrong. You understand? One other thing we're not able to understand, will learn in England because of pace. And because of the concern, the police brutality in England, police brutality, not to Sierra Leone, no more not to Sierra Leone, in America, but however, people and views them always very important. You know, so as a result of pace, right now, when they arrest anybody, and I confess to now, I declare me to say I've been arrested, but I have never been charged or convicted. I've got no criminal record. But I can tell you, say, I know because I've been arrested. You understand? All right, many times. One of the people who they arrest me, they rush for release me back because I cause them a lot of trouble because I complain. And what in policemen don't want in Europe, they ask them for a number. They don't like it. You understand? And I'm also a community leader, wherein the police normally work with people like us who are community leaders, are involved in so many things the way. Like one first one will share with you now the Brixton bomber. The Brixton bomber, one of the very few people that we able to see the covert evidence so they may get they show we all those things. So I'm well familiar with it here. So therefore, the police, not just they do things they wouldn't elect for do so. Me what this so I go tell I go declare what I interest. If I the pass in a street, I see any side policeman they do anything, I go there. They don't arrest me many times. You're going to see not forget right for interfere. So therefore, the police then conduct in Sierra Leone, particularly this government. I not get no superlative I go use for describe them at all, because then they do whatever they like. And the funny thing where I find very strange, the rule of presumption innocence until you're found guilty, that they reverse in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, you're guilty until you prove innocent. You understand? That is exactly what has happened. Now, I'm not interested in that. Now, at the end of the day, if the man commits a crime, they arrest them, then they investigate. You understand it? That not a panacea for letting Keranguna a place when they call Benghazi. What does that mean? I mean, you get prisons, you get police cells. You understand it? Now, one thing where a lot of people don't even know, like we in England now, before then they transfer you from a police station for Keranguna remand. The other thing that you understand it, then go don't charge you. Yes, they charge you first. But they go to no prison. At the police cell, they don't charge you, you don't go there anymore. If they get for remand you now, then they remand you then other big prisons there, you understand? And they said they make some similar mistakes than when they do in Africa. Then they will get one of petty thieves or they go mix them with other criminals there. They still do it in Europe. But at the end of the day, mark my words, the first rule of thumb of a prisoner, where you are arrested, then they ask you who that you want for talk to. First and foremost, the rule of thumb down there. And then if now who that you want for talk to, then they go monitor the calls. Yes, they will monitor the calls, but when you don't see you want for talk to anybody, then the first rule of thumb. Now, unlike LAJ situation, even in lawyer, they don't even allow them. Now, me I've been one for letting ask them police there. Who's rule that? Because
but they went further, Mr. Muno. That's not just the lawyer, not just LAJ and family, but even the Human Rights Commission, where the president now appoints the people they serve as commissioners went and then refuse them.
I was going to come to that. Because to me, I was asked. Now, one thing I actually wanted to ask the composition of the staff in that commission there, because I don't read some of them, report them. some of the reports, they're not palatable for the government or for telling Mr. Juma, to be honest with you. You understand it? Now, and those people have powers within the constitution for have access, you understand it? This now they deny LAJ. They deny him. I have a funny feeling that LAJ is a target man by this government because of one thing. Me, I go talk and I openly, everybody, I've seen an asthma-based institution and then they hunt him for so. That's what I believe in. Because at the end of the day, I don't see no reason. And even the charge where they talk about felony, you name burglary, this, that, to me, it not even come to that. Because if not true, what they said he did, and not in one green day, not if why not him when I in at the last person will come out. They didn't treat this guy fairly and let them be careful. The way when they treat people in that country, they must Juma, it's not right. You understand? It's not right at all. It's wrong. They treat this guy unfairly. First and foremost, secondly, I want to condemn also the arrest of a colleague, Mohammed 91, even though they say they don't release him. You understand? They don't release him, okay? But at the end of the day, I think it's very, very wrong because now guy way, if you not sabi law, but the way they talk, if you say now it's very serious law, it's being right there, understand? Not saying go implicate himself. You understand? And from what I read and say put him there, why may they go arrest her?
No, me read the post where he post, so they just did not arrest Mohammed 91. But even in Wef, we like the post, they arrest him as well, just for liking a post.
Well, yeah, but how would they determine in likeness? Because
exactly.
If you say what you make the arrest, if my own personal view is now because he go married to Mohammed 91, we know to SLPP person. That's the only reason why. Because at the end of it's not the only reason that. So therefore, these things and let me say this, Mr. Juma. You see, what did bother me also? Where are all the civil societies then at that country? The mushroom civil societies that we get, where they are receiving funding by the international community. And La reminded Mr. Juma, people like myself, I'm a taxpayer in England. I've been a taxpayer in Sierra Leone. You understand? So I have every right for express me concern. You understand? Me know the criticisms, I know they make them personal. I don't care what the person, the cost of living. That does not bother me as an activist. Even though a violation of people and right, let the other people and deal with that. But we know the process of the law, the human rights, the act, the treaties the whole Sierra Leone sign. So many, I can give a long list of them. They're contravening them. Then the next thing apart from civil society, where are the ambassadors? Where are they?
They're quiet. All right, hold on there with that question. Then I'll go to Yusuf Jallo. Mr. Jallo, you don't agree with him, Mr. Al-Issa Munu don't say, you don't highlight a lot of things. Them. And Yusuf, we don't highlight now, so say LAJ, not to the first term this. So he's been targeted. Because make remember, the first time as this government take over, LAJ was attacked and he was beaten at the Atlantic Lumley Hotel. But in where them beats now, they end up arrest and go put in a cell instead of going to hospital first. So, and Mr. Munu talk about the Constitution. Let you say on that.
Wow. Again, I will go to the one of the things where I talk about earlier on about trust. The only shaken way the citizens get with the government, now that Constitution Day. Now we shake hands, we say, with this, we trust, say, we give you power for, say, you go able for take care of we well-being in the country. And we well-being includes with security for as much as it includes the other resources that we will get. So we sign that document, we write time in boku different. We sign and say, now the agreement this. Now, the moment that contract day is broken by the citizens of Sierra Leone, and when I said make a qualify, when I said the citizens, when that contract is broken by ordinary citizens of Sierra Leone, you face hell. Then go harass you, lock you up. If sometimes when we had the death penalty, then we even hang you because you broke that contract. But what's on the other hand, when they want the way they within politics, or within certain, a level of or class of either family or connection, and most of the time it's political connections. When them broke this trust, especially within the law enforcement and those in parliament, if them broke this trust, those in power, when they broke this trust, somehow then get excuses them, we will make they not hold them responsible. And this has been going on for so many decades in Sierra Leone. It is the reason why we get the war. Now, this case, where would they look at? Even though it is not the first to highlight the breach of constitutional principles, necessarily. It's not the first. The LAJ case is not the first. There's been many. I could tell you, Logo Pademba Road, right? What about the rights of those people? Who knows who sided them back there? Nobody don't know. Up till now, the government no can tell we say, na 10 people and kill, na 15 people and kill. They don't want to tell we at all. Who sided back them people and they? We don't know. And there's just a catalog of these things for many years. Catalog of this. I think that this situation where we look at is, in my view, and I'm sure anybody will look this thing, we need to move away from just the myopic kind of view of looking at just LAJ, but looking at it from a much wider angle. For understand, for say every single ordinary citizen, and I stress that word, the ordinary citizen, is no longer safe in Sierra Leone if this is carrying on. We know, all of us here watching this program, we all know the case of that Khadija that died, whether it's for rape, whether it was, God alone knows, up till today, no statement has been given as to what happened to that case. How did it fall apart? Why? What happened? Who killed? Nobody. Nothing. And there's countless cases like this of women who have been raped and abused. Nothing on the common day. And that is because the contract has been broken. And sadly, unfortunately, the main core area we say, now they will all go above for say this area so anything way wrong and they come at this place, yeah, they go can help me. Now also the Kumra heart for them, which is the police force and the judiciary. That center point there. Now they think what's in past all safe. And that's sad. That's very, very tragic. And this is not a malice talk. We're not talking just because we feel to say, hey, one for maliciously talk things. No! Anybody with any sense know exactly what's in the ground. Chris myself know this. For say, that area has to, is not the one area who say distrust don't broke.
You mentioned that, you just, mentioned Christmas. Now, blacker, they arrest, then go lock them, and they not just lock in a cell, they end up crying on a remand, then they put on a court. Right now, Blacker is not free, he's on bail. They're not dismissing Keso. He's released on bail. They're not acquitting this charger. So they can capture him again at any time. See, somebody writes at the forum say, you chicken safe, not safe, na salon. Then after that, there's another press release why are you commenting, but where I want for read to Mr. Alisa Munu and Yusuf for it. It's very concerning press release where people possibly not take note of. But over to you, T-Boy.
Can I, T-Boy, before you go on, I just want to mention something quickly, please, T-Boy.
Sir, go on, Yusuf, no problem.
If we Inspector General of Police, let's assume he was right, being a very concerned official for the well-being of those Sierra Leoneans in his custody. Let's assume he was right that LAJ attempted suicide. Does that not signify that LAJ is mentally unstable? And if LAJ is mentally unstable, where should he be going? Where should the IG suggest he goes? Should it be at court, or should it be
that if it's suicidal, right? Yeah, if somebody's suicidal, you need to keep in prison. You don't. If that is what you're saying. But you are not qualified even to make that statement as an Inspector General of Police. You carrying buttons, that are specialty on your own in the first place. And somebody asked a question. So you caught the man in ENIA, but you left his shoelace.
Exactly.
Which is easy to use to hang yourself with. Your bread or your shoelace.
These are all the kind of things we make, and I could also say earlier on, many of us, many who are even younger now, are well educated. And I dare say many are well educated than the IG himself. And many are more vocal with the law and the constitution than the IG himself.
Okay.
Well, it's a fact. Many. And what I'm saying is that many of these young people coming in, they understand. They ask these questions. And so the IG can't be telling us that a man is suicidal, and instead of seeking help for this man, you take him straight to court. So how can we believe, A, that you care about those in your custody, and B, that you really care for seeking justice, or that you give these people any kind of that you're going to investigate properly so that these people stand a trial with proper evidence and a fair trial per se. It makes a whole nonsense of the whole thing. And again, like I said, we are not that stupid. These days we get a lot more sense. We may not have the power per se, but collectively as citizens, we are understanding things a little bit more, and there are certain things that we begin to say, no, bro, we're not going to take this kind of thing at all. And we're going to talk. It's as simple as that.
Thank you so much. Sorry, yeah, that's okay. That was a good point that you brought in. Danny, they make me think of other things. But again, it come back. If you take Blacker, when a qualified person, we all agree, say, something is not right. You take him for Krangona police and go lock him. How you will take somebody with suicidal for pull another and Krango for go seek help. But T-Boy, over to you.
Well, Inspector, I just would say on the report, there was a statement being made, and the statement now make reference to the suicide way they say we in claim say they did one for commit, because on the reports they say SOP and other matters.
Mm-hmm.
In specification for other matters, one of which that say if one commits suicide. A very serious-minded Inspector General of Police will tell you, say, other matters not important for make you make mention to as somebody who attempted for commit suicide.
But T-Boy, quickly first, before you go, they don't even have an SOP.
Well,
it's a lie. May I would say that. You know why? You know why they can say a lie? SOP, when you say standard operating procedure, it'll be specific. A, you for do B. B, you for do steps by steps. What you follow? You know they say and other matters. You know they left and vague.
Well, Juma, they make a talk say any serious-minded police inspector general will left attempted suicide as other matters.
Yeah.
We leave that as other matters. Attempted suicide by somebody where una don't accuse say he don't commit a crime. Now let's go to the suicide attempt. Okay. Let's say LAJ attempted suicide within here. For what crime? Murder?
Thank you.
What crime? Accusation of theft or accusation of robbery? What crime? And what is the amount of robbery that they said he has committed? 450,000? Then LAJ taking life for? Are you serious? 450,000? And the way he said the word is so casual. Like, when everybody over one for taking life safe. Now you make them cut in here. After, but then, okay, you see, sometimes you look at the police brutality and you begin to wonder, what is the connection between the Sierra Leone police and Benghazi? What's the connection? Do you know?
And now they get to Benghazi. They operate Benghazi.
So, is Benghazi part of the Sierra Leone police?
It is, yes. So that's the OSD headquarters.
But
okay. So the OSD is supposed to be a paramilitary wing of the police, so like the riot police and all that. So that's their headquarters. You know, like you get CID, the Criminal Investigation Department for criminal issue. You get the headquarters when are they the big man and the SIDOM. So yanda na the paramilitary wing, na they then they. So if there's a riot somewhere, they will call them, they load Namutuka, then go. But they have a cell there. So that show you that that place, they are not trained to police.
Thank you.
They are not trained for policing. So if it's a paramilitary wing, now for shoot, now for do all kind dangerous thing. So you take people there because you want to let them go torture them. That is why you name the place, you replace it from OSD headquarters to Benghazi because you want to torture people.
Okay,
people.
So the nearest holding cell for the accused incident to Congo Coast?
Congo Coast police station, yeah.
After Congo Coast, who side else you pass before you go? You not get Adelaide Streets?
Adelaide, no, you they reach the OSD headquarters, but you get Adelaide
because
police station.
Because it's a policing issue, right?
Yes. Yeah.
It is not a riot.
Right.
Where they expect riot policemen to come and the situation for come cool off.
But normal police them don't even go na the scene.
Exactly.
You
So to be very honest, I don't really understand the role of Benghazi in this particular situation. Like Mr. Munu highlights, I think there is a personal vendetta against LAJ where don't they happen for the past 3 years. But LAJ gets a full mental state. LAJ know exactly what thing he do. He's not a madman. He's not a frustrated human being. The only thing I might say, he is possibly frustrated with the system within which he lives right now. Meaning, there is no freedom of people to do or exercise their own freedom of movement or speech or anything that they might want to refer to as freedom within the environment. So, not to just LAJ suffer the consequences of this, but let's take the entire youthful population in Sierra Leone and look at some of the issues that they go through because of this same kind of thing that happened. The only reason we make LAJ in Young Camp sprang out, because like we also say, there were other people involved in this particular incident, but not because of LAJ is a notable name. And we can't be doing things like this and then we say, okay, now because na LAJ, na any man they come out for talk. But no, there are so many other things that has happened. The last time where we make mention of a lawyer, what thing happened again? This is not somebody where they uphold the law, where instead they defend the law. But guess what? They still seize advantage at that particular person and
almost kill him.
And then they make a category clearly to you say, we beat you, we drag you, we harm you, we kill you, and that's in the commodity. And that has happened.
Oh, T-Boy.
The incident of people where they don't shoot, where police don't shoot, where police don't drag. So the man with gun mortar and gun waste and face them. Even a few days ago, we see an incident where police they direct to a young man or woman, they bang him and go on. And then they get away with only claim they are so for nothing. And then when you get the Inspector General of Police for stand by the police and say we are doing the best we can to fix the problems that the police force have, they do that. Before that, they go on rally and they rally with the police and boost their morale for the bad things they willing to do.
T-Boy. The LAJ situation, I tell you last week. Now about 17 of them arrests LAJ. And all of it gets for do with one allegation, they make noise about it, and then later, hush. Now, so one thing I want to say clearly, just like how Mr. Munubin said earlier, as an activist, he's been arrested, but never charged in any criminal record. LAJ in Sierra Leone, within these 4 years, we don't hear he said they're in conflict with the law multiple times, but you not ever hear them convicted for anything.
Right.
That's for send a signal, say something is wrong somewhere. Is he just a target? Why all of a sudden LAJ become harmful to himself? But was it last year, the year before last? He was given this privilege to stand face to face with the president of Sierra Leone. Then after they got arrested about 2 or 3 or 4 times before that, face to face, they talk. LAJ praised what? He praised the president. Oh, this is my happiest day, blah, 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 blah. If I want to hug yourself and kiss you, right? President was there. So you not be done, know them time and they say this man have been harmed to himself. How many times you don't all LAJ can go Benghazi and other police hold themselves? That you not been decide, say you SOP day in effect at the time for shave off your head in dread. Why only now?
Well, to be honest, I think we therefore the question that we for the ask now what happens? Because the crime where LAJ is being accused of is not murder. Is what? Is it assault? Public assault?
Well, let's say robbery.
Bodily harm or robbery.
Let's say robbery. But before we go yonder, what do they do next? I want for call attention, Yusuf, where we all know. There's a press release by the by the Office of National Security, ONS. I don't know whether you guys saw that. Dated 18th June 2022. Wherein the ONS, now the last paragraph, I read the last paragraph for now say, this is security sector wishes to inform all and sundry that effective immediately, anyone who is confirmed to have recorded, shared, and forwarded any tribal or hate message directed against any individual or ethnic group will be committing an offense and will therefore face the full force of the law. I want to hear your comments. Mr. Munu first, please. Hold on, Mr. Munu. I think you're muted. Unmute you. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Juma. Now, again, this is why we have concerns. Is the laws of Sierra Leone being based on pronouncement becomes a policy? Those are the questions that needs to be asked. Personally, if this government they adopt a selective justice principle, one would embrace something like that. But I can give you a guarantee where people have made threats They don't talk about tribal, ethnicity, you name it. Because la remind na one thing we shock me. Now this guy we then call na guy De Nero. I don't know what I can't even pronounce his name.
Caldenero.
Caldenero. Then showing social media one boy we make them beat. Them beat. I know you understand it. Them beat him mercilessly. It is system and not chuka. Where are all these so-called police officers? Where are they? I've got nothing against with Gardenero. But this is not the one thing that the way this government they do, they selective justice. From the very first crime what this government committed, the well of parliament when they storm, they force the speaker on them. You understand? They appoint an ACC commissioner through follow the procedures. They remove 10 MPs. I can give you the long list. If you discover even when they set up the commission of inquiry, what a lot of people don't realize, people like me, I was very fortunate for meet the minister of Africa at that particular time. You understand it? Now we through defeat, then sponsor them money. Then the way this gentleman, now Professor Francis then call him, this guy is in GGT report. He named names, tribes, regions. These are the things we some of us are concerned about. So therefore, if by press release, then can put a caveat there, then if he's saying that the law, it becomes a joke. I've got no problem if they are very consistent, they are not very selective, because that's the concern. Look, when they go far away, like you another thing we need to get concerned about. Michael Mansare Nabo.
The gentleman I was arrested for saying,
and then go concoct, trump up charges them about paracetamol, you name it. Then there is another guy again, na Kenema. I even have the videos where they challenge Mother Bio and his wife. They arrested him. Now, what these people are doing, you see, they think Sierra Leone belongs to them. That's what they think. They think Sierra Leone belongs to their particular. They think we are idiots. Because now, to me, they even make, with all their PhDs, when I dominate, hey, they come out from. You understand? This is where they originate. You understand? Me, I haven't got a PhD, but believe me, what I'm qualified with, I can challenge anybody. You understand? It's not from Dominion here. I can give you a guarantee for that. You understand? So therefore, this that look, there's another gentleman called Tommy, where get a guard where they threaten people there.
Austin Johnny.
Yeah. You see, these are the concerns I as an activist I do have. There's selective justice. So therefore, now one other thing where people and they talk where they're expecting lawyers in other country, for God's sake, before they raise them. Even the death penalty, before they pass them, you have to make a referendum. They did not do that. It's in the Constitution. That's one. Two, the act where the libel act where what Albert Magai brought in the 60s. You know what they've done? They just replace it to the cyber law. That's exactly now, whereas that's one they repeal was specifically for journalists, but this one including everybody. And then the international community, the Canada country, then they embrace. Well, let me remind you something I said to an MP, and I want each and every one of you to put on a diary. Lord, pray for God for long life and well body. I told an MP in his face, people are shocked. I said, you're sitting here, you are a white man, we are black people. Your government, your people are going into Sierra Leone. And they go cause trouble there because they get business interest. I say, mark my words. When trouble for another country, people are asking for political asylum. People like me, we have evidence. I will go to the court to support anyone who asks for political asylum. Anyone. concerned Sierra Leoneans will do its level best to provide evidence to support, say, you cannot complain now. You see, even this lady who accommodated Minister for Africa, Mr. Juma, she's not going to get away with this, you know. We can give you a guarantee. Yes, she's not going to get away with it. So therefore, there are so many things that are long list, and it's a very dangerous process that they follow. Then they intimidate. Well,
right. Hold on. Thank you so much, Mr. Alisa Munu. Over to you, Mr. Jallo. That last paragraph the way I read, what does that tell you? Coming from the Office of National Security, where this Office of the National Security is an extension of the president, because they directly reports to the president of Sierra Leone. So is the president making that statement? What's your take?
I think my take is more or less, I think Mr. Munu make a very good point earlier on, questioning whether what do they do when they make these statements, you know, is it, you know, they don't go through parliament, they don't pass them as law, or are we being governed just by, you know, just a quick whim, you know, just a quick sweep of a decree this and that's it, you know, I decreed. So we get for question whether we're in a democracy or whether actually we're just in an autocracy. And it's very important. And I think many Sierra Leoneans today, we're polarized, divided, you know, on lots of party issues and lots of sentiments, and usually revenge sentiments. They see the musicians them right now with their revenge, you know, where they can sing against LAJ, then creepy, the non-babam, the non-cut, you know, I see all of that. You know, against those who are supporting LAJ and so on. And so the place is so polarized right now. And I think it is coming from the fact that we leadership have never, since being in power, really done stuff constitutionally and followed the correct process. And it is reflecting in the way we behave with each other today. So in other words, what has happened is that our leadership has denied reasoning. They've denied reasoning. So when they've denied reasoning, it's reflecting in the society. You try to reason with many Sierra Leoneans today, in Sierra Leone and even outside of Sierra Leone, it's incredibly difficult. They look at things from a very myopic point of view, very tiny point of view, which is precisely how the government sees things. They see things very myopic, very tiny, very small, very, you know, singular based. And, you know, that in itself is triggering this, you know, all these sentiments of tribalism that is coming up. And it's, again, as I said, it's reflecting in the whole nation right now, you know. So when I sit here right now, if somebody befriends me or asks for friendship in Facebook, I check the name.
Yeah.
And if I begin to see Sandy and so on, I begin to question, this is that person, I mean, this spy bar, nice a bit spy bar, and so on. You know, I never said, you guys, you all know me. Everybody you watching me, you know me. I'm proud of my country and do everything to, you know, to promote my country culturally and so on. But that's how much this thing is. It's affected my head. So I saw the other day somebody say that, oh, well, you know, it's only us in the social media here in England and abroad that are really talking about tribalism, that the people in Sierra Leone go about their normal businesses and nobody really cares about this. Now, I didn't respond to it, but I just thought to myself, hang on a second. I've been in Sierra Leone and I go to Sierra Leone so often. So when I go there, Adiyegi, how the people in the talk sumu sumu. But yeah, so the undertone don't they? In nothing way people let me not push than the BN. But right now, people they talk about that, so we'll not deny that. But on top of that as well, a lot of the if if I take this person argument for say, general people didn't tell you, nobody else, then they carry on with their everyday life, which means you kind of satisfy for keep the population in ignorance. Just let them stay in ignorance, which is what has happened over the years from Shaki time and so on, that would not bring up a very politically ignorant generations, and not just politically, economically ignorant, socially depraved, culturally totally just empty. That's what we deal with. And it seems as if there is a certain element of people who want to maintain this particular status quo for let people and still remain like this, as long as they not complain. Maybe not complain, maybe not raise that. Now we're in the diaspora. Now we know more they can complain. Now we know more they can talk about. Now we know more they can talk. The people in Sierra Leone, they're fine, they're all happy. Really? And so, and again, this reflection, it can begin if we look back in the parliament and look how then they deal with stuff we get for the constitution, and then they pass certain laws then they pass them in total disregard for the nation per se. So when you do that, you are literally affirming that the population is totally worthless. That the population of Sierra Leone, they might as well have not even existed. They might as well just be zombies just walking around, while those in power and in those upper echelons, if I make, I don't know if I, sometimes I don't even like to use the word upper echelons, but they're in that situation that they're happy, they're fine, they're just carrying on. Now, why is this? One thing we get for really admit is that the one them we get then at the positions the way for actually say, no, this constitution will not for doing this way. This kind we just the pastor we just talk for say, as from now on, anybody we pass something like this, we talk on social media like this, then go arrest you. The one day we didn't wait then at the positions wait for refute this, they argue against this. They're not doing it. So it left not to me and you on social media, thankfully, we're able to see through them there and actually bring them down. No, you can't do this at all. Because the general population of Sierra Leone are fearful. That they are almost now apathetic, for challenge anything. And sometimes they're not able to see through and analyze certain things them way government then they put. And that even most of the way they within those partners, they past then kind of law then they just have not they think through things. All then they think about now, just no more than protect their own interest at that moment.
Right.
So that kind of short-sightedness they they make them, you see, then just the past. From now on, anybody will do this kind of thing. Bang, bang, bang. Let me tell you a story of a king we talk say, as from now on I'm a kingdom. Everybody, if I talk true and only the truth, anybody will
so
not
help me God. I just Tubula.
So the king say, anybody will not talk true, we go hang you. Well, one wise man waiting at the tongue. Anybody if you African and the king in palace, you come, they ask you what you come for, you tell, then you pass, you go. You ask what you come for, you pass, you go. So now that is wise man. He says, I'll go visit the king. Where you go meet the guard up at the gate. And the guard asks, so what do you come for? Now I say, I come for make you can hang me. Now that the guard saying a lie. Say you don't come for like hang you. Now that the wise man say, well, if not lie, go hang me. So now the guard don't confuse now. He said, this man, if I go anger, which means not true it talk. If I not anger, then na me don't lie. Na me go hang. So now I go to the king. He said, king, na the agbadi, so this man come to me. He say he come for kaeng. He say he come for make a kaenga. If not lie, the lie, then I go. And if not tweet it up, then I go anger, which means, And actually, me don't lie, and so on. So and then the king sit there looking, he think able to solve the matter. Maybe white man say, king, he say, if you tell the talk, true, you did talk about true, but now from your own point of view. Other people, them always get their own sense of truth at every single moment. As a leader, you therefore forget that wisdom, therefore listen to everybody in your own truth and accept and learn how to wade your way through all of that. So currently, what's in the team for do, they just look at one grain truth, one grain side where they come off from. The rest don't matter.
All right. So you just what you talk, so your truth may not be facts. Your truth may not be facts. So all man in true, now you own true, but not necessarily mean the facts. It's different. So the situation now don't find yourself so salon. So Mr. Munu,
yes,
I'll ask you a question before I go to T-Boy. With this LAJ in situation, waiting, if na you, waiting you go do?
If na me na LAJ?
If na you na LAJ or they around the seek LAJ interest. Because the thing is, like what T-Boy they asked earlier, people are don't exhausted now the country. Everybody they afraid for talk. Of course, unfortunately, you didn't have like country where some semblance of law and order, they checks and balances then they. So you're able for challenge situation. But in Sierra Leone right now, what really you think say people go able to do? Because we don't highlight a lot of the LAJ situation, you don't highlight that gentleman, Michael Mansaye, they got away with that. And now this kind of press release. But you get the Austin Johnny where they work free. You had a guy from the UK, we're gonna put local in front of senior officials.
Yes.
We go threaten, say, then go kill people them. With a cut on at throat them if we not vote for SLPP. You get a sitting minister, a resident minister, Abu, we tell people and say, we go make law on our mama they wear black. We go broke on our foot, we run at our people, and they end up kill people in Amakeni. But we'll not see a press release from ONS. But now there's a press release saying if anybody transmits a joke about tribe, it will fail the full force of the law coming from State House. What do you go do?
All right. First, I divide myself into two.
Okay.
Isamono na England and Isamono na Freetown. Last start Isamono na England. One thing we believe in through international relations, diplomacy, for gather information and present them to the international community. The way the international community they operate, they not go fight anybody in war. Where you complain and go, no, they don't operate that way. They go kind of impressive in the government, but behind the scenes are completely different thing. This native way we learn by diplomacy, wouldn't say, we're making always the guy say now the euphemism of hypocrisy. Okay, that's a fact. We're not for tire. You see, like them programs there, we want to make so first and foremost, and for say thanks to una. Very, very important. The pay una, now your money, now your own time. Just like the activists, we say I talk just now, I give a synopsis, a profile about myself. Not even all I talk so. Now, because of one reason, people when they take me name, they carry and go to APC would for cost me mama. They say I'm a useless, a frustrated person. And then people are what they talk so. Now people are what woman they face them come. Now miscreants, there's some of them they go right to man them. Now these are the people these are the people who they behave this behavior. But then what do? They want to expect people like me to support a wrongdoing. I don't do that. This is the reason why I'm ringing it. I'm ringing it over and over. Now when they talk to me, because as an activist, my brother, I can get loose. But let me ignore that. Let's continue with me. You understand? Let we gather this information, send them to the international community. It's very, very important. Then Isam Nuna the diaspora. Don't get tired of that. Right. If no more you Uka will talk you the yeri, me the yeri, it goes nowhere. Than a one. Isam Nuna Freetown. Now then they intimidate everybody, then he arrest me. Then silence me, can me go na CID. We say a differ, then they don't release me no more. They release me, I'll do the same thing again.
So that is Isamununa Salon.
Isamununa Salon. If you arrest me, you are in serious trouble. Because first and foremost, if you release me, the people who they found now that they don't want that they go like what is South Africa but they do that Savaga Square. You are in trouble. Because I will demonstrate against you until I'm dead. And people will follow me. And una will responsible. Una not go get a peace of mind. I'll go to the American ambassador. I'll go to the British ambassador. You name it. These are the people I'll go. That's what people need to do. We should not stop. We should not relent. Now, if difficult, I will not advise anybody for go fight Omidina safely. I will not do that. But what I believe in, there are people in way, if they start them, they should take the lead. What a lot of people don't realize.
That's the question. Who triggers this now?
Listen, I can tell you. No, somebody can trigger it. Listen, let me tell you one funny thing. The population of Sierra Leone is about 7.5 million. What's in the battalion we then get? You know, it's 7 million, no?
No, the military could say not reach 20,000.
Exactly. You understand it? That these people, they fail for realize. Because if they arrest, everybody come out. Now the leaders and then go arrest. But people will go continue. Then go arrest and not get no place for put people anymore. Because at the end of the day, somebody, let me tell you one thing what's going to happen. I can predict to you. Put some back now your diary. If Madabe insists, say, the SOPP say that they insist for come into power, you know what's going to happen? There's going to be war. It's going to happen. You see what happened at Tonkolele? The people stand firm, then burn their houses and kill them and chop them. That's exactly what's going to happen. So nobody know predict, you understand it? If the international community sit down and allow the government to come back, this particular money go. In fact, this is the thing where make me a laugh. I laugh so say, Madabe with all the atrocities and human rights violations, if I'm for go get a seat in the United Nations. The guy is a joke. He spent all this money. This is true, Mr. Bad, this is correct. They go spend money for consultants and for go campaign for her. It's a joke. You think the people don't know what is going on there because they can't in the prison? It's been camouflage. They know. The State Department reports daily. Even the British people in there, you understand it? That woman, I don't predict you say he's not going to get away with it. We're going to make sure we take care of her now. We will. The woman for Africa, if Africa and Caribbean, the international relation minister.
What happened? What did she do?
Well, it gonna tongue. I don't think it reached 1 hour self. I'm just being sarcastic. It can't praise. They can make an audio. They praise them how Mother Bill don't do this, Mother Bill don't do that, the Mother Bill. You name it. And he thought she's not going to be challenged. That's what she thinks. You understand? Now, what bothers me, this is the same way Guy Warrington was behaving. Guy Warrington. That's how they behave. He become a political pundit, not an ambassador. Because the reason why these people, you see, we know what they're doing. Because this government now, and then they sponsor through DFED, the police and the judiciary. That's why they spend all the monies come from there. Now, these people, they're going to be accountable here, you know. They are going to be accountable. So, therefore, let we not tire. Because if people are not get the opportunity we may you to get, let's send the information there. Like this program like this. Now, una for record them, send them to the British ambassador, the German ambassador, you name it, the international community, the United Nations. That's what you people should be doing. Isamuna Freetown, again, let people write behind the scenes. Send it there. where you send a copy. Listen, I can give you one guarantee. If people are sending information to us here, you understand? Then what does empower us? So we will take them on. Then we can say, but this is the evidence. So, like right now, we got information. We don't go now. The ICC is there. Now, the matter being government official because they nominate a justice for go there is going to save them. It's not. You see what happened with Charles Taylor? You saw what happened with Yaya Jane? You understand? To me, he should be worried, even if he wins a second time. You understand? That doesn't bother me. Because as long as nobody bother my people, you understand, I'm not bothered. So therefore, what we need to do, somebody needs to take the gauntlet, not the usual suspect political leaders, because they've been blackmailed, they've been hijacked. If all the MPs, the opposition MPs, all of them, let me show you what they need to do. Call in a demonstration, peaceful demonstration. For like what happened, so like then 10 MP, they're all of them. Then come out and take the lead. Are they going to arrest them? Let them arrest them, because if they don't arrest them, then they cannot expose these people to the international community. I'll tell you one thing what happened, I'll share with you now. We've been there for one demonstration, Liverpool Street, where they may go get that conference, that investment conference. It's not to say a story, so I was holding the banner which show House of Parliament. One of the investors then come. You understand? He come. He saw this. He said, I was there. That was the day democracy was destroyed in Sierra Leone. This is not from a white man. From a white man. You understand? And they got nothing from that demo. We all go demos. We're not being plenty. We're not many.
Yeah.
But it has an effect.
But at least they got the message.
They got the message. They got nothing there. Guy Warrington was there. In fact, the minister didn't attend. What a lot of people don't realize, we sent in information to the minister, and when the minister saw that, he not turn up.
That the UK minister,
UK minister, international relation minister. So therefore, what you will do is, what we need to do, let's gather this information. Let's keep on bombarding them. That's all we need to do. We keep it. You understand? The people in Sierra Leone, the MPs, if all the MPs, the opposition, all of them, they call in a demonstration. You see, the problem where they get, Yanda, the problem where they get, you know, if I want to call a demonstration, I don't need to write. I only need to phone, fill a form, go to a police station, you understand? That's all I need to do. As long as you understand it, then that's it. But there, I think the law says you get for right. Well, they're not going to permit you. They ignore let them arrest you now all. Because you see, they must allow them to arrest them and put them in cell. That's one thing, that sacrifice they have to make. Because I can tell you one thing, what's going to happen. Madabio is going to kill a lot of people. It's going to happen. Because people are going to fight back. This I can tell you that now. Now, if we say we're not prepared to make that sacrifice, I'm not going to tell anybody to go and demonstrate. I'm not going to do that. I don't have that authority because I'm here safely in England. I'm not going to advise anybody. But the key thing there, if they keep on sitting down, they have their MPs. They have them there. They must take full responsibility for where they are. Now look what happened just recently. Where Madabi won Barcelona Parliament, what did he do? They make let them try for arrest 4 MPs there.
Yeah.
You understand? This is the game they play. Yeah, but then I don't blame him, I blame the MPs. They are not representing themselves, they are representing the people. This is exactly what we should be doing. We are not going to get tired to raise the issues. We're not interested in sabotaging Madabi in government. That's not what we're doing. We continue to highlight, raise our concerns to the international community for engaging, bombarded with information, sending going to ICC. We shouldn't get tired. Right. Like what in Chernobyl they do so. You understand? They are well aware of it. Well, look for instance, look like the censors. Never be no saying man. They continue with Amba. I can't see that's going ahead because first and foremost, let me give you a joke. Who's gonna provide the funds? Not to the international committee for the election.
Yeah.
They are the ones. If they're the ones that don't object on her, they say they go ahead. It's wasting his time. You understand? The election is going to go ahead under the terms of people who wouldn't phone them. So therefore, now this is what I'm going to advise anybody. It's sad. I'm not going to advise you go and demonstrate to me I didn't England are safe. I'm not going to do that. I have no intention. But as an activist, we will not get power for do and we will be doing it for you here. That's why we get these programs there where people like Mr.
And for the record, you don't do demonstrations here on behalf of Sierra Leone.
Oh, many. I don't even know the count. You understand? Sometimes they threaten us, this, that. But not Boku talk. They just do Boku talk. You understand? Because at the end of the year. So therefore, let we all pray for people them. Let we embrace them. Let we not incite them. If we monitor them, let them take their own action. Now then they Now they know when it's right to do it. To complain, they should complain. That's my own advice, but I'm not going to tell anybody to go demonstrate to. Because what this government is cleverly doing, look at they go arrest 91. Then they intimidate people. That's what they do. So that when they intimidate, then they kill people. But I can promise you now, not one person will be shot. Matter Bio, if he continue to kill people, it's not going to get away with it. This I can give you a guarantee for that. I like it bribed in diamonds. It bribed in the whole world. When the time comes, Madabi will have nowhere to sit. You're not going to get where for stand. I like you go to China, you go to Vietnam, you'll be haunted. This I can tell you.
Hold on, let's go to Tiboy, hold the line quick. Let's go to Yusuf Jallo. So Yusuf, if you na LAJ or possibly around LAJ, yourself able to divide yourself to like how Mr. Munudu, so what would you do or what would you advise to happen? Because like you stated, this is beyond just LAJ. We've seen so many examples and many more get for happen.
A very difficult question for answer, to be honest with you. Very difficult for me. Because you're saying if Mina LAJ, you know, I mean, and we're such a different people, and I do not know LAJ that well as a person for make I even make any kind of, you know, yeah, it's a very difficult one for me. But there's one thing I know as an artist is that arts, we are a mirror. We reflect the society. We show the society. Now this now you like them or you not like them. So whether we talk of LAJ, whether we talk of Cowdinero, whether we talk of any other artist then at least plenty part of it they sing, when they do the rap and the beefing and all that, what they are doing, what they are showing is the reflection of the society we live in. Now, the society therefore have, I think, a great opportunity for look at these young people who are immensely talented and begin to think, what do we do? How do we work with these young people in addressing the image that they're showing us? We all not like Mami cost. We all not like the different costs and way they go on. But we didn't bring that. That they solely lie within the parliament where we get. Now then they trigger this. Why make that in the trigger this? If they provide the right education system for we people, for the young ones, trust me, they're not going to Mami course. If they're not they go give them kush and they're not they go give them drugs, we campaign them come, they're not they go cost Mami course. So they, as the leaders, have a great opportunity for si koro koroa the effect of the callous actions that we don't take over the years. And this is an opportunity for address that situation. For saying, you know what, we don't want this for we young people then. Sierra Leone gets a very young population that is so vibrant that they should be working with and positively. But the way it appears right now is that they just want to use the young people them for whatever the political motives are. That is one. The second level is that these artists, including the LAJs, these people have the potential to create massive job opportunities in Sierra Leone, massive industry. LAJ and some of them, they are equivalents of them in America, who for one grain song, what they go do, that one song, they go create massive employment in terms of those who do graphic designing, the one the way they do music, where they record music and sound engineering and so on. When these boys then go for do, or girls then go do concerts, massive concerts, market woman and go get their own money, because they say when they go sell. The costume designers, they say to get job, then they make money, fashion in many different ways. So what I'm saying is that we get incredibly talented young people with potential to create massive employment within the country. So, in my own view, instead of go and the bombard these people and go and lock them up, I would have thought that again, and this is me, probably I'm just living in utopia, but I would have thought that this is an opportunity where we leaders therefore look beyond the red and green or whatever color it is. Then therefore look beyond that and begin to see the potential, the massive potential of these young people. Begin to figure out how do we help these young people so that they reach their ultimate best. And I think this is what the government is failing. This is where youth ministry is failing, social service ministry, also all tourism, they're all failing at all of this. Because there is actually no investment being put in the arts to help these young people reach their potential. Let's look immediately after the war. We had the LAJ and and quite a few of other young people came on, all of them that came along. These young people created massive employment for so many people by when they developed the cassette sellers committee or cassette sellers it was. Right, association, engage so many young people in selling cassettes up and down. They all the past and they sell cassettes. Because that way they will find way for me, they eat and feed themselves, feed them family and so. That's massive employment. But we governments constantly fail for engage in this and invest in this industry, in these arts. All that they do right now, not just for use them like a perspitis, when they're done, then throw away them. And sadly, the artists then engage in the same way for use, abuse, and so on. Like they just fall for that because that's the only way it appears as if they will get that quick 10,000 and so on. They make money, then go. And that is too short-sighted. And I think that all these talented young people could be engaged in so much more for as I say, for create employment and for raise the social morale of Sierra Leone. And of course, the cultural aspect of side as well there. So I think that if I was LAJ, in looking at it within that context, we've had Fela Kuti in Nigeria. Who's jail with Fela Kuti no go? Who's beat when they not beat Fela Kuti not jail? Who's suffer when not suffer? Then taking mama then to where I'm over balcony. Till mama die, right? Then come then bombarding us, beat in with them all and so on. Fela Kuti. But Fela Kuti was not just sitting down there smoking jamba and just no. Fela Kuti raised in game the standard of his music, what he talked about and so on. He stood his ground and raised in game. So maybe LAJ and I'm sure quite of the other rap artists could raise their games. So another level, Insai, they will sing songs, of course, songs of revolution, songs for motivate we as African people to be better than what we are, rather than, in my opinion, some of the small people in the big fight against each other, beef against each other. To me, that's too petty. That's America. They can do that. But
yeah, I agree with you, Yusuf. Thank you so much on that. But for me, I think it's a setup. For LAJ, as a government, in their sane mind, where they think straight, where they think peace, where they think cohesion, two rivals, then you take one, you make an ambassador for entertainment, that he spends 90% of his time using that position for beef. The other one by name, not and I mention that because they call Cardinal, they call LAJ by name. They condemn in music there. Call him, say he's mentally disturbed. He get mental issue, and you still maintain him there.
Yes, but Juma, this is exactly my point.
Yeah,
we get. Look, Sierra Leoneans have got to see that we get a traumatized bunch of people right now, right? Really deeply traumatized bunch of people, including the one that we Bokus in our parliament. All get the same trauma. It's some even worse. Some have just become, some of them just the ego now. We don't mess up, you don't add the pantap the trauma. And that trauma, they come from we begin this conversation here in terms of what we talk about for Courtney here, for dehumanize. The trauma don't come up from there. Some even from home, where then they look you, if you're not step picking, they grow up, or if you grow up outside in the street, like I say, but you know better than this, you know better to do. Right. That kind of inferiority complex is traumatizing. So when they find themselves in a position, the best way for them to make themselves look good, feel good, now for dehumanize the opposition. When in fact, they could look at or say, this opposition, it reflects me, it defines me. How could we work together and be the best we can be? Now, we say Papa government, right? We say Mama God, we say Nana the first Papa, we say Nana the first lady. That's what we say. Therefore, if they themselves were not just as traumatized, we would expect them then to call these young people together and say, hey, this is Sierra Leone. We want to build a nation. You as artists are incredibly powerful in what you do. We get thousands, if not millions of followers inside this country. We're going to use the two of una for make we galvanize una for help beat drugs na Sierra Leone, for help beat laziness na Sierra Leone, for help motivate these young people for go na farm, make them go work. One bring una together for help encourage the young people there, so they then go take technical training, make them help themselves on technical training so we go build the country better. That is what they should be doing if they themselves were not just as traumatized and full of an ego. What not the word that full of ego and so on. If they were not, but what I'm saying is that everybody has that ego. So and that trauma. So blind, what in Wanyai man they lead or Blayai man I don't know which is it. That's where we're at. So, but that's what I would have expected.
Right.
That with leadership, with parliament, should be thinking like this. How do we bring these two amazing powerhouses together? These two forces, whether it's Cardinal and LAJ, Stasi, what's his name? Fantasy, I mean, look at what that woman did, Fantasy. Her hair, she got it off in standing up to say that, against police brutality. Is that not message strong enough that we have young people there, going on now who are so strong, who feel passionately about their country? Let's bring them together and work them together and figure out how we move this nation. Nothing moves a nation more than the arts. Nothing moves. And here's an opportunity. And what are we doing? We're throwing it right in the bin and in a nonsense with injustice.
Thank you. Let's go to T-Boy. T-Boy, I will let you laugh small because you don't too serious before they ask you. Me question why they ask you. Wait till they carry, not to follow you comment to. I just want to let you listen, let you laugh. Then my question to you is, when is this going to stop? What do we need to do? Now that I'm going to think about Abawali last sport. So whilst you guys were, I was following recent development. I saw a tweet from the First Lady, because you mentioned the First Lady, what you call her. Right now, I think they're in Rwanda for the Commonwealth Conference, and it just posts. And at the reading post, then two of the comments, they're very interesting. They say, today I had the privilege to have breakfast with the Duchess of Cornwall, Camilla, the future Queen of the United Kingdom. We talked about My Hands Off Our Girls campaign, which is now a global campaign. We both agreed to continue to use our voices for the voiceless till we achieve our goals. Voice of the voiceless. But then two comments. The first one, Camilla will not be queen, but queen consort, which simply means wife of a ruling king. Do your research properly before posting what you don't know about. That's the first comment. So the other one say...
yeah, Mr. Abba, that is true.
Yeah. They say, fuel don't go up, ma. How far for the price control? So I just wanted to bring that as a laugh. T-Boy, over to you with my question. I wanted to...
It's very funny, actually. Very funny and synonymous.
Yeah. But if you have comments too.
Today, Juma don't turn me to one of the panelists.
Yeah.
But it don't matter. Anyway, I don't listen a lot of the cycles of concerns in all the aspects of human rights abuse in Sierra Leone. And I think the way how Yusuf ended in last statement, now the presence of the entertainment industry and the amount of wealth with them for don't generate within the employment sector in Sierra Leone, we they need to do at all. It's a shame. And I think it is a deliberate act for the past 20 or 30 years. Which make us in a deliberate act. I would say within the past 10 years, immediately after the war, we all see the rise of the entertainment industry and the benefits it bring to the young people of Sierra Leone. If you look at immediately after the war and 10 years after the war, the revolution of musicians in Sierra Leone rise and then it faded out. Because during that period, the politicians were not taking advantage of the youths in Sierra Leone as much as they used to. Reason being, the youths did not get conscience of their efforts in terms of what they can contribute towards politics and how politicians can use them and abuse them. So during the time of the late President Tijan Kaba, we realized there was a lot of political songs against politicians, against political parties. Not so for now because of now being Tijan Kaba in government, but the political campaign cut across all regions. They were singing against corrupt politicians, regardless of the political party they may belong to at that particular point in time, and refuse to be used and abused by politicians and then say things as they want. And the reason they make them get that freedom and privilege to do so is also because they were making money for themselves. They were generating income for themselves. They were doing popular music that was giving them money, and even the political songs, they give them recognition and also money and also influence within the culture where we find ourselves in a saloon. So during that era, the youths were actually performing a bit better immediately after the war. And what's in the politician, they realized, I think we should stop this. So basically, they start for intimidate the youth population when they do music. They start for stop their shows, then start for frustrate them by using the same police. Because what they always do, then the perpetrator say, oh, this particular event, if you go ahead it will create war. Even the beef between LAJ and Calvinero was set up. It was a deliberate act because they want to divide the industry so that these youths will not have the amount of power and the amount of resources then where they don't begin to accumulate. So when you watch the last set of musicians, they will actually make money, we sustain the industry now, being the Insai, the Emerson, the Cayman, the Willie J's and the rest, and they don't exist anymore. And when you watch those bunch of musicians then doing that era, they were not partisan. They were musicians and they were singing popular music and they were also holding government responsible. If you watch or listen to almost all the songs that where they don't play 10 years back down the line, it is the reality of what is happening now. And LAJ is no different to the revolutionary artists that we, when I say revolutionary artists that we don't do. But what in they don't do right now within the industry, they are creating artists to become revolutionary artists because of the suppression. LAJ has never been a revolutionary artist. LAJ was a popular artist. It was an artist where they do song for the youth man them, for young man them, for possibly the ghetto boys that we want for make reference to. But since LAJ go back in a salon, he not going to salon as a happy man. He was deported. All man know that. But guess what? He wanted to still live a peaceful life and continue his music. That is where the challenge kicks in. Okay, you don't make money, you don't do all kind of thing in music, but he still try to maintain his lifestyle. And that becomes really, really, really frustrating for the people that will be in charge of the music industry at that particular point in time. Who do you think you are? You don't go, you don't come. Now you also can still make Fasina big done. So the suppression starts. And then politicians now create the biggest divide in the music industry. So basically, now the time now when they don't divide the industry and they use the youth now to what they want, they're not making money anymore that they used to make money. You tell me when was the last time you had a musical concert in Sierra Leone? By any artist, we not gonna get musical concert in a salon for the past 10 years. No artist no don't do show na stadium or at Sugar Stadium. They are doing mini shows now, and small venue them collect $2,000 and that's it. And everything that will happen now, if ABC come, they have their own set of artists that they work alongside with. SFP come, they say don't choose their own set of artists they work alongside with. So basically, they have manipulated the industry in such a way that they have control of the industry. And that is practically what is happening. So they have control of the youth. The artists are not making money no more. They only survive because they give them money, and that's the only way they can survive. So the division, it get for the great. So what you get therefore see with the now breed revolutionary art system. Because when the suppression
what are revolutionary artists? Revolutionary artists
against suppression within society.
Yeah, but they're not singing the one that we did now. What's Cowden already sing?
Cowden doesn't even sing music at the moment.
Thank you. So, but he's threatening people.
No,
he's becoming he's a political tool and a thug. That's what he is.
They don't bring kind of division at the industry.
No, he's not revolution.
Because Cowden hasn't done an album for the past how many years? Okay. When was the last time he did a show, a concert?
Exactly.
We don't have none of this anymore. So basically, when was the last time LAJ tried to do a concert, but he was suppressed not to get on with the concert because of X, Y, Z, ZZZ, police brutality, or you go create chaos, then go first, then go this, then go that. Okay. So what's going to make LAJ survive now as an artist? Now for begin sing oppressive songs, then where they go against the youth, or where they go against the young population, or where they go against people's civil rights.
Okay, which he has not done. Which song is in
LAJ has been doing songs that are against suppression of young
like
people.
Which one? He hasn't sung much songs for the
Freedom is one. Huh? Freedom. He did Freedom a couple of years ago. Nothing to do with what is happening right now.
Exactly. But Freedom was done before this government.
Which says the reason we get to where we are now, because now we listen to 80% of LAJ song is about suppression.
Yeah,
it's about what people are going through.
You don't see much they sing now.
Oh yeah,
he does more of live
He does songs. He do songs then because in song then they play that much anymore than the airwaves. But he's doing songs. Because we know that the song that we play on radio no more, because I will say to you categorically, clearly, that majority of the songs that plays on radio are censored. And you get the mainstream radio station the way they play their music there, so when that's then they propagate. When last you see a popular artist do a song where they don't make noise all over the country? No. Because that has gone down the drain. It doesn't exist no more. So now they have a controlled industry where controlled by different political facets. Meaning, if you know they support me, you can't sing. If you support me, you go sing, you get your own take, and you are with me. So what we say for say now, the facts of what Yusuf will bring come into the industry is not thriving. The reason being, the artists don't do shows no more. The artists don't make money for themselves anymore. They only now depend on political or campaign songs. That is how they make money. So if
so now you don't use it because you say revolutionary song. Now that it's kind for challenge.
When I say revolutionary song, that song the way they go against things the way they happen to the people of Sierra Leone in a different way. We possibly they go to as people out of the country. But if we begin look at the essence of what make all this they happen now, they are breeding enough people now where we can begin sing campaign song. When that's not the thing we will be lead up to before the war. Not so?
And I don't happen a lot now. Underground artists them where they
underground artists are all doing songs now and they do all kinds of songs. So basically you don't develop a different breed of musicians. So how you expect people for live within that atmosphere and then call themselves artists and they cannot perform their trade? If you want to become the Fela Kuti, you've already faced the consequences. And Fela chooses to be an artist where they sing against government regardless. We previously used to have artists like that.
Fela they sing on issues. So now that be the reason you talk say this is a revolutionary person. It tackle issues, so he's not specific to one person. Just like when you go to a mosque on Friday, the imam preach. It's up to you what you take. Now you go see yourself saying, I mean, the preacher is going to church on Sunday. It's kind of the same thing. No, it is. That's what Fela's songs were.
Now the issues where artists they sing about is also the same issue. It's not about specifics. Thing that we will say, okay, it's not on this person. It's about the issue the way they happen in the country. And one of the main issues there now, brutality, police brutality, and the violence being perpetrated towards the civilians of Sierra Leone.
Right.
You make mention of your last paragraph on the ONS press release. Yeah?
Yeah.
That last paragraph of the ONS press release, do you think that paragraph will make any difference in Sierra Leone? What's in that paragraph they actually bring come now, no more problem? Two ways. One, either your silence or when you talk, you got arrested. But what's in the measurement of the statements we you make against any tribe, or you pass information or you forward anything related to any tribe? Like then just put a blanket slew rule on the media thing where they say, what's in the law says because I can just confuse because there's so much. We get for the reach of me. Yeah, code of conduct. The cybersecurity law. That law is blanket because when you say something against somebody, where they infringe that minister or that MP in your right, what it is that you have to say, we're gonna make me feel upset or I feel threatened. It's the same thing now they're saying. If you make statements, tribal statement, we all know currently say if any tribal statement is going to be made against any tribe in Sierra Leone, it's going to be directed to the mandate. No question asked. All man know that now in the country.
Yeah.
So you want to tell me say that law day now for statement what they will make against so man? Hell no. You want to me say that law day now for statement what they will make against local man? Hell no. We all know primarily so that particular paragraph there for that particular press release day is being protecting the Mende people. Now the normal girl for make that example, if I say, but come on, if you say me a man, or don't talk to me so because I feel say one a that's the only examples now people make when it comes to crime. Right. So if you make that kind of law that you put as law, when the not legislate say yes before pass as law, you are independently creating a boundary or shield around the many people. No secret, no can begin to twist things around and say, oh, maybe that for tribal, this tribal, that is nothing to do with any tribe other than protecting the Mende clan. But guess what? It will not stop people to say the right thing. If Mende man do me bad, I ask you, say, you know Mende man, now make you wicked so. Or you know Mende man, now make you wicked so. Tell me that I'm arrest.
Well, that's exactly the point. I make us say the best is exactly of a concern. So we, you know.
So me, I will not be concerned because guess what? The reason I cannot be concerned is because you want people to zip up, and the people.
No, I said concern are for highlight and let people, and not to say that for silence me because you will not silence me definitely. The sad thing is this person where they as ONS, head of ONS, the national coordinator. Now the person this way be the lead a movement in Sierra Leone, movement for the restoration of democracy. Yes, Abdullahi Koka, when doing the FRC term where they overthrew the Tijan Kaba government. So he was the leader of movement for restoration for democracy. It be the team up na Juba, you know, say Juba been get that poll, where then they allow people to go up, where then they close. Them get it off the police post, then and then they man down and they go up to Tijan Kaba. Now the post in this way they write this kind of thing or create problem in the country. I mean, I said this last time and I'm gonna say it today. If war and trouble for Donna Salon, now 7 people responsible. 7. Last week, and I'm going to say it again today. The Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, the Minister of Internal Affairs, una family from UK, Mr. Munu, the Chief Justice of Sierra Leone, the Chief of Defense Staff,
the IG,
the Inspector General of Police, the Vice President of Sierra Leone, and the President of Sierra Leone. Now then 7 responsible if war and trouble for Donna Salon.
And Mr. Francis in name for the day.
No, well, okay, you can add. But it's maybe not going to mention the likes of Mr. Francis because now enable him. He was given authority to do that by the president.
Yeah.
Now allow him because if you not be allow him, it is sack him. Just like how then sack Charles Magai, where he talked to the police then say, no sit down. Let them send you for go arrest people. No minister no get right for give authority for go arrest anybody. Ministers or anybody get right for can lay complaint if they feel aggrieved. Like how you say, follow the law, follow due process. That's all they can do. But they sacked him because of that. This policeman, we don't see simple example. The media guy can talk, say, nobody no get right for shave or creep somebody in aid na custody. What happened to him? He was demoted and sent to Rutifung the next day. So anyway, so if we don't reach this point, let's go to now. The last question. We say the program title. We say we demand justice for. We demand justice in Sierra Leone. Let me hear your last word on that. Yusuf Jallo, Mr. Issa Munu, and then we'll close.
Okay, well, let me let Mr. Munu go because I know he's been listening patiently.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because what happens, Seth, I can normally fast Mondays and Thursdays, so by 2 o'clock, I just come over and actually
but
it worth it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, it worth it for make this sacrifice, you understand it? And for sure show people and say, not to say money day and woman then a day we day. They will side the concerns of Sierra Leone and then they because they not get the opportunity. So by 2 o'clock now I go grab for get myself ready for fast tomorrow. Repeat the question again.
I say we demand justice for Sierra Leone. We want for your last word on that, because that's our appeal.
Yes. Well, in fact, to me, the theme of anything we do, you, me, them, Obaya and I, Obaya, that should be the theme. This question we ask. And how for achieve them, it's very difficult. I think I will just therefore repeat myself back again. Each and every one of the facets who are responsible, like the MPs, the opposition, they have a major role to play with the political pundits, the bloggers. Now, even the aspiring candidates, them, rather than they spend, they go and pay people for the cost, cost. You understand it? This is what, I mean, people don't even make public statements. This is now they find very strange. Then they rely on press releases. I don't want to name names. So for we now responsibility now they carry out to Mr. Juma. Then programs there, it means a lot to people like us who are citizen activists and to the voiceless. We know the cost mamikos. Una program know the cost mamikos. People like Una, Den and How, Khadija, you know, say very important. Una they do a very, very good job. So therefore, that should be the theme. This question we ask. But how do we achieve it? I go repeat me several times, you know, say I want to say the information all they gather, let's send and go to the international community. If na website nine una get, let them program the people for able to get access to them. You know, say me, I don't mind the on art, then say na so is I'm gonna say. And the last thing I they worry for. I want to go to Sierra Leone, I'll go to Sierra Leone peacefully, I come back peacefully. Because I'm not gonna offend anybody. When I go there as a British citizen. Simple as that. That's what I am here. So therefore, and that's not gonna make afraid. I'm not going to England again, I begin afraid voting, then we'll go to me in Africa. Now the last thing that they think about. I believe coward dies many times before their death. A valiant never tastes of death but once. Of all the wonders that I have had, seems to me most strange that men should fear. Seeing that death is a necessary end, will come when it will come. So therefore, I got nothing why they fear, because I get faith in me, God. Once I got destined, now so God destined me, that is, I will accept. I don't get no choice. What's in there beyond my control, I leave it to the Creator. But what's in there my control, I can always deal with. So therefore, we all foregather the theme for our fight should be the question where you ask. Let us gather all this information. Let us keep on writing to the international community. We will not forget for they bring certain things until we notice. Because them get for calm. If God give you long life and well body, we will belong to the hard work organization, whatever name you want for call them. These are the things we will go present to MPs them. You understand? And the demonstrations are being planned behind the scenes. You understand? It just happened for busy. Everybody want for doing your own and all the rest of it. So we are just watching. Anyone who are able to make them call me there, I will be there. You understand? That's my own contribution to the people of Sierra Leone. You understand? Yes, very, very important. And one thing for appreciate what you people are doing. This is the very first time I come to this platform. It's just unfortunate I was late today. I'll be so really ready. You understand? But I'm glad we're glad the way I able to participate. Because I get high regard and respect for T-Boy, Mr. Juma. A guy who I get respect for. Any side I want for the Aguanle did it, because they do a good job in this country. When they do a very good job. When I program them, I can watch them. But because you can go late, sometimes, I can difficult. So now that's what we for do. If we don't do that, let's put the international community on the spot. The reason why we need to do this, my brothers. Now the international community, now they bring Mother Being into power. They did. You understand? And especially Britain. And so we got evidence. We will prove tomorrow. So therefore, we know they incite people in for fight. Me, I not go abuse Mother Bill because he's a human being. He's our president. I don't go abuse nobody. I'm not against him. I'm just not supporting his governance, his human rights issues in the country. And they talk about the economic issues, so then the other people, they were responsible for that. But we were then at the side of human rights. Now that's I have concerns about. And they respect the laws of the country. And in the supreme fountain of the country. You understand? It's very, very important that people realize that. And there are way they act on in behalf. They therefore remember one thing. Anything can happen. Mother Bill can leave that country. They will remain in Sierra Leone. And they will have a case to answer. But we, for activists, we will fight for them. Because that's Naina we roll. Cameroon, na they suffer so today na Paremba. Today, I know no end, I no mention them.
Yeah.
I'm very, very uncomfortable with it. There are some people who are politicians. Oh, no. Cameroon is a human being. I think it's wrong. It's very, very, very wrong. People like you have covered Karija, they don't cover Prince, they don't cover. All these people, you people have covered. You understand it? Still, it's sitting down there. So therefore, the issue of LAJ, if I continue, the thing where me want, I want to let them treat LAJ fairly. Let them charge him, let him go to court. Let them bail him. He needs to have bail. And they need to carry out an investigation for the way where the police conduct. You understand? But because when they get in Sierra Leone today, Mr. Juma, the police, they get instruction from above. That's what the problem is. You understand? But me, if me then at the police, you understand? Nobody no go give me the nation. I don't go obey themselves before I left the work. I don't know because I didn't at the West, na make so. But me, I choose what I can with the England. The same attitude I've been getting at Freetown. And then they say this, that. I think it's wrong. And I think each and every one of us has a moral responsibility. This issue is not about political parties. You understand? It's about the survival of democracy in Sierra Leone, as you say. So that's what each and every one of us should do. And I want to take this opportunity for thank each member of this panel. And I wish I should be able to come back and continue because it's very important. We win assistant politicians. Not all say some of who they get time because we rob them. You understand? You know this. So for finally, I'm a pensioner. You know. So if I been get criminal record, then I work in the civil service over 20 years.
Right.
I do. You understand? So therefore, I want to say thanks to now. Continue the good job. Don't give up. Let's no relent. Let's revisit the Cameroon situation. The Michael Cameron. Let them carry out an investigation. Then the man needs a bail because it's an bailable offense. He needs to have a bail. And they have to carry out an investigation. Whether they remove him, why make them remove? Who's lower than use? If you within the 1991 Constitution. Okay, may God bless you now. I take my leave.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Issa Muno. We appreciate you, and definitely we assure you so we'll get you back here from time to time. And thank you for all the good work you're doing out there. Stay blessed, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muno. Stay blessed.
Thank you. God bless.
Well, let's go to Mr. Jallo. I don't know if he's around. Mr. Yusuf Jallo. Okay, Mr. Yusuf, let's go to T-Boy. T-Boy, we demand justice in Sierra Leone. What's your statement for today's program? And with everything, with the LAJ issue now and every other injustice where they happen at the country.
I think when it comes to injustice in Sierra Leone, it don't exist for some time. And I think, we have been faced with injustice in Sierra Leone so many times. Between me to police guys, we passed 37 feet. So we are no stranger to police. And when I say police arrest people are starting, not just inside Freetown, this is like a popular practice within the police force all over the country. Not just inside Freetown. Can you imagine with a drive motor car for going inside? I think was it my Kenya Kabbalah police stop we say who's all come out. Go to the car inside Kabbalah. Oh my Kenya. I remember the guy sounds really good. So these are some of the issues that we talk about justice. Justice not just because don't happen to you unwisely or make you feel to say there is no justice in Sierra Leone. But I will tell you for sure, you get crime where somebody don't commit against skin or salon, before you can go police, think twice. Because the police they take you back, say if you left an eye, now you feed them, now you do all the things for them because otherwise actually they put on this thing, they left and go. So we can for begin look at the consequences of justice in Sierra Leone. And I think over the past couple of years, we've always been asking questions about the judiciary. What's in the essence of the judiciary in Sierra Leone, and why is the judiciary not playing an active role in terms of protecting the lives of innocent people, protecting the lives of criminals that hasn't been convicted yet to become criminals, the lives of people who have just been accused for a crime that still investigation is pending on. So when we talk about justice, we need to just look at the LAJ situation, because we don't see the breach of justice towards a human rights, where we all go question. But it's not just about LAJ here. If we talk about justice in Sierra Leone, we're talking about every individual, every Sierra Leonean have a right to their freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and freedom of anything, regardless of your tribe, your nationality, your sex, your age, or whatever you might deem to be something that will be a disadvantage to your freedom and to the justice that you should deserve in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone are the only country where you are guilty before even they take statement in the young, because they begin beat you. These are the police where they come for investigate you. They begin beat you first, they get you, booze you, do all kinds of things. I've yet to see police paying compensation to people that were not physically abused before ever they find them to be not guilty for a crime. Police na salon will only arrest you for nothing. They don't stop we because the way how you must smile. Just because of the way I smile to me, they make us stop you. Really? They don't stop we na Wilberforce just because Juma tell the guy say, me man, move now, no make a pack. This now a holding area where people when they come, then drive them keke, drive them taxi, and wait for like a 30 seconds. But just because somebody, whether you forgive them, policeman have some money, you ready for come out inside a hotel in Wilberforce, and we will wait for somebody who will just pick up where the person will just be any motorcar for enter inside. Policeman and stop we for that. During that process there, they want for Okada guy for nearly bank somebody before die, even the Okada guy before die. So just that unlawful stoppage there for don't cost 2 people their lives for nothing, unnecessarily. But guess what? We end up in our Congo Cross police station for over 5 hours. But we refuse to accept. Because what make we refuse to accept? Now advantage. There is no justice. For proof to me say, this is like a holding bay where people when they wait for pick-up passengers the way they come inside the vehicle for any drive off. What's in the urgency whether man they will come out inside that hotel day for make me just drive off? Wait, it didn't even take me 10 seconds. So when we talk about justice as our own, we're not just saying these things because we have heard about it. We don't live in a saloon. Even though we don't live in the diaspora for so many years, but we don't equally live in a salon for so many years, whilst we are still legal residents in the diaspora. So we get both experiences. And some of the advantages the way they show a lot of injustice in a salon is too much. And we have a broken, rotten, and disabled judiciary system where any individual can walk into a court and disclaim or terminate any case of any nature inside Sierra Leone. And I'm not just saying this because I want to. I have seen it with my own eyes. It is happening right up till now, and it has been happening 10 years back.
Well, Tibo, just for a pinna, 2 days ago, now the Chief Justice pulled statement say, then they want people them, they register them for left for tamper with files, for left for the pool evidence or paper inside existing files. So you are aware of that, but all you're doing is warning. File, imagine file where the Kego person in a jail or we go free the wrong person. Then they pull the paper there inside the file. When I warn them. Then 2 days yesterday. Carry on too much. Sorry.
So practices like this, imagine now you were possibly an accused person where you file, then go tamper with the evidence in the booth from that file, now the evidence will for save you. You're going to jail. You're going to jail to Pademba Road for maybe 5, 6, 7 years just for a single evidence paper where that person they can just take away from your file. So we got to look at this thing very seriously and look at the repercussion and look at the consequences. If it hasn't happened to you, don't just disclaim it to say it doesn't happen. There is justice system in Sierra Leone and the justice system in Sierra Leone works. It doesn't work. It doesn't exist. And it only exists when they want to take effect of it on you. So if I say anything about the justice system with the LAJ situation where I don't come out to the individual one and now, I think it's even worse. If LAJ don't commit a crime, like everybody they say, charge him to court. There's nothing wrong with charging him to court. If LAJ don't beat person mercilessly, he don't lay at the death situation of death, charge him to court straight away because there are evidence of the accused allegation where they leave it against them. But if that is not the case, and you've arrested him and you deny him access to a phone call, you deny him access to visitation from even a lawyer, and you deny him access to the Human Rights Commissioner in Sierra Leone, it shows how much power Benghazi gets over the person where they represent people and where it was stand for. When the government back appoint them for making be the Human Rights Commissioner, must know how much power those police officers that Benghazi gets for making them stop a Human Rights Commissioner of Sierra Leone for visits and not to inmate somebody who is just accused for committing robbery. Robbery in Sierra Leone is like this every second. It happens like that every second in Freetown. Man is alone, but inside Freetown. Now that kind of thing they now you the old person for 10 days or a couple of days without no access. If you haven't committed enough atrocities or enough punishments to that particular person, you don't deliberately torture them, then you're not able to deny them access. But now because of the situation of that particular person, they will make reference to so as LAJ, been there in the states where possibly they're not going to make the public see. But I don't blame all the system. I still put my thorough blame on the lawyers the way they represent people in Asylum. Because if I was a lawyer and I am refused the right to see my clients, there is another step that I will take to that particular police station. Because
which is what?
Juma, what's in the law saying Asylum? The lawyer, not to then they interpret the law books. Not that they interpret the constitution. No, hold on a second. Not let me take this. The lawyer then supposed for take police them to disciplinary courts. The lawyer then supposed for take police the way they refuse certain laws that were governed by the people of Sierra Leone. When they say so they own state. Salon, I know they always type person they make judgment because of how inferior.
Yeah, but now I'll tell you, the lawyer, they not just refuse them access to him clients na Benghazi multiple times. He was referred to the CID and referred again. He go take other step. He go call the Human Rights Commission. Then told all the commissioner and then come. Then go. They refuse them access. That notwithstanding. The lawyer yesterday then smuggle LAJ go na court. Okay, where all these things don't make, he was smuggled to the court in the evening, almost night time. Now the lawyer gets a hint, say they don't bring LAJ na court, so let them send an remand now. The guy rushed to the court. Then get military people surround the court. He was refused access to the court. And then threaten him, say, if you insist, we'll bundle you and throw you away. What I'm trying to say,
throw me away. But that is what they did. Now that I get concerned because if you,
but T-boy, you see when they say certain things, we have to be. Listen, we have to be realistic.
Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic.
No,
if we don't confront, let's be realistic. I'll give you an incident. An incident will happen at Freetown. Driving off the road, somebody they drive very violently within a small road, and if it is not on the road. I don't want to know who you are. There is a mileage system in Sierra Leone, although not in the world, but you know they drive 70, 80 miles an hour. Now a small road where picking and they want pass back in front. And you brutally think so you can just come pass and do whatever you need for because you're just alone. You don't know, you know that very well. Say 90% of the time they will get police arrest in a salon now because of advantage, and we will not accept it.
But I agree with you when you have a situation.
Why?
It's different from when it's politically motivated. That's the point I want you to.
That is where
you say the next step, the step where you forgo to. Now the step don't give instruction, and the military people told the lawyer that we got orders from above not to allow you in. What do you do?
I totally understand your point. But if we begin trade the orders from above in the right system, it will not be solved. All I'm saying is,
because that's why he broadcasted it.
That lawyer, I'm not saying Ifredo, but that lawyer, if me warrant for make them arrest me for seeing me clients when I'm right, when I'm a constitutional right for represent, because I know what's in the law saying at the books of Sierra Leone, arrest me back and put me behind bars because of my right to see my client within the Constitution of Sierra Leone, then people will start to think twice. But if you back out of the situation because you don't want to smell jail, because you don't feel say you're supposed for daily, you don't play with fire if you don't want your hands to be burnt. The duty of a lawyer is to protect his clients. And sometimes you have to protect your clients by any means necessary, not to fight, but to use the legal system to protect your clients. If it causes you to be arrested with your clients, arrest me. That is the representation of what I have concern over. Because the lawyer themselves said, they're afraid. Can you imagine if the lawyer afraid and then you bring the Human Rights Commissioner, then deny access, himself walk by and not say nothing? That's the problem. And that is a serious problem because which power will policeman forget over the Human Rights Commissioner? Not just a human rights activist, so a Human Rights Commissioner where they represent Sierra Leone. And you refuse them, and that Human Rights Commissioner decide for turn him back and walk away. That's the problem we have. And if we don't see that like it is a problem, then we are not ready yet to actually effect some amount of justice in Sierra Leone, because it means we select what we ask for justice for, and then when they put you under pressure, we back out. So okay, this may not do it again. We should stop backing out of this situation, because otherwise it will not stop. It will be an ongoing process today, tomorrow, next tomorrow, and until somebody stand up and say, sorry, I arrest me and my clients, but I need to see my clients. If you don't cost me clients in here, where illegal, I can't cost me self-loan, but I need to see my client. I demand to see my client because it is my client's rights to be seen by his representative or by an individual. It's mandatory. If we were to make the law, we were to interpret the law, we were to stand by the law, it means we have a problem as a nation. So you tell me for make a worker, somebody don't tell me that na state house say, I'm not for take picture of we state building. I don't look like a terrorist. I don't look like an impact. I am a civilian. I can be a civilian. Then they even say to you, if you the kind of somebody not for take picture of Freetown, why? Come on, why would that be a crime? So let me begin for stand up for certain things where we feel to say if they by the books. If we begin for do things by the books, I'm not afraid that if policeman call me say can't want for see that station, why not commit a crime? If you arrest me for a crime that I'm not commit, no problem. But guess what? I will fight that crime and make sure say if you arrest me and you're able to prove me guilty, you left me back tomorrow, I will sue the police. If we begin to take the police to task, if we begin, yes, now some I said they sue the police.
So they sue them. The question, I'm not saying that they sue them, but I told her. Anyway, it's
no, Juma, if we don't start then small process there.
Let me ask you to who that you sue the police.
You got police commission, right? Police disciplinary commission.
Now, almost countless number of people and they killed and pardoned by road prison. From where the vice presidents go, they went in ahead of the police council, the highest body, when Insai for let them free LAC. From where they say then they investigate 30 days. How many years?
Well, you see, now the same thing that they talk. Because you say you now, because we don't always use for backouts of the situation, that is why it is ongoing and it will not stop because of voting orders from above. Orders from above, is that what the Constitution says? We should start taking people to task. We should start holding people responsible for their actions. Otherwise, it will not end. We don't waste my time if we're able to execute some of the things we talk about. So, me, as stubborn, as kangaroos, are all kinds of things. But I always make sure say, if I don't do something where I'm not for say, I'll not get no rights for. I keep my mouth shut and fold my hands and don't cause any further trouble. But if I'm supposed for calm, I don't follow the rules. Sometimes for queue, so then you not queue, you can't jump the line. So God, you need to jump the line there. Because it is mandatory for say for queue with a queue. If you get subbable, go do your subbable, not serve this line. Go do and behind closed door, look, no see. But if we see you, we'll complain. That's my right. So basically, and then tell you say I will go forcefully execute me right too. But we for begin look at them things they also, and we for begin follow up on them. Otherwise, it will be an ongoing process that will not end. Otherwise, we will continue to do the same thing, talk the same thing, talk about the same issue, talk about justice study, talk about police brutality. It will not stop, and it's going to be an ongoing process until the presentation that they get begin follow up on anything that also. The killings that don't happen, nobody has followed up anything because they don't say, oh, well, we will come up with the investigation. And we don't talk times and times and times for say, those investigations are not going to be anything. After 1 to 3 months, boom. Sometimes almost as long as they get eligible on a police or
the first time they can go post in a prison that court na net.
Can you imagine? So basically they do it at their convenience. And guess what? Nobody will ask a question and they will get away with it. We should start for executing that so and we follow up and through. Because otherwise it will not stop. So if we want to make justice prevail, we have to follow justice. Nobody will get freedom for free. If you have to fight for it, fight for it. I'm not saying go take gun and go shoot people for freedom more, but you have to fight for your freedom. We great grandpa then fight for them freedom. Not to one man fight for them freedom more. Now all man fight for the freedom they would enjoy so the electricity. Now they kind of then part of the world so they say, oh, now racism, they're not like black people, but we enjoy the privileges of white people, we enjoy the facilities of white people, we enjoy everything with money. Sometimes even better than some of the white people that lives in the diaspora. But guess what? We don't complain. We don't. And when they complain against me, we flag racism. We quick for flag them up. We quick for complain. Oh, no, because I'm black. Why wouldn't we do the same in Sierra Leone when I don't want to come out? If they do anything against you, flag them. The reason they do against you, either because not to you, or now because na advantage, or now because you nominate him in full like Creole Limba, or now because of what? Usually because of the reason you make them they discriminate against you. So it will stop. It not will stop totally, but it will reduce. And it will end up to be a reduction of that particular thing there, where sometimes will affect the majority of the masses anymore. Because corruption is also in the world. Now, how they effectively use them and how they publicly exercise them, then you make people say, this country corrupts. The Western quick for flag say Africa corrupt, but they are more corrupt than us. But guess what? You don't see it that much. They execute it in a way that you can't even believe that corruption exists. But it does. So we got to begin to look at some of the things that they follow up on. We got to begin to look at some of the things that they fight for justice for. Because justice, not something they get for free. You know, you just kind of want to enjoy more. You don't fight for it. But how the effect for them now we get for do. And we get for know how we follow up on the justice cases. That's what we talk about. So there are so many in the past. What has happened to them? If an innocent poor girl will lose her life and nothing comes out of it, it end up for be tabloid and fabricated story. Nobody knows what happened. It's gone like a couple of years now. Do you have any reports? Any report for say the case not closed, or say the case pending, any investigation take place, or any inquiry take place? What's the product of that? Nothing. And nobody asks questions. That's the society we live in. If you go for take 5 years, maybe we follow them up 5 years, maybe give you statement. If the statement are live statement, I will go do your own self-investigation or do your own self-inquiry. But we therefore begin want people that are responsible in a salon for any position we get. You therefore be held responsible for that position, regardless whether you don't left power, you don't have power, or you continue for the day in power. Anyhow the situation might be, we should hold people responsible for their duties that they have performed while they were in office, good or bad. If you do good, we'll praise you. You did well, you changed the system works, no problem. But if you do bad, you did bad, it wasn't good, it affected the system. Either you have to pay the consequences, or you come and do public apology, or you say whatever you need to say. But we should start holding people responsible for their actions. We cannot just allow things to happen and let it go by and we forget about them. We start another one again, let it go by, we forget about them, we start another one. It's an ongoing process and it will not end. So let me think about it. If we want for justice, if we want to make people get justice in the salon, we get for follow up any small one then you see a small piece they make because smell. So look, we begin follow up the small one then. When in the big one then come, there will be some amount of examples of the smaller ones. We're gonna make a difference for say, okay, they were also then be wholly responsible for that man in business put road. So if they will kill somebody now put road, this you will see also. So let's do a proper investigation. They were also then be wholly responsible for where them be caught LAJ in here. The next one will be somebody they will come begin shave your private partner say because you get more here. Because that will happen next. With the expression will be people here saying what's they call an SOP, standard operation procedure for people here. So what will be the next SOP?
Right.
Now for Chop
let's give a last word for we demand justice in Sierra Leone. Thank you so much, Tibo. You cover a lot of ground here for let people understand the bigger impact of all this. Go ahead, Yusuf Jallo. Thank you for your patience with us.
Yeah. First of all, I thank all the people that readers they follow we don't listen to this program for the past few hours now. I think that we don't cover quite a big ground, quite a lot of different areas when we look at it. What the way where I see everyone is crying out for peace, yeah. But none is crying out for justice. Everyone is crying out for peace, yeah. Oh, none is crying out for justice. Well, I don't want no peace. I need equal rights and justice. I really need it. Equal rights and justice. For me, it really is as simple as that. There will be no peace without equal rights and justice. And I really want people for this to sink in properly. There will be no peace if there is no equal rights and justice in Sierra Leone. So the judiciary, the law enforcement of Sierra Leone needs to fix up. I've got my own personal stories on those issues, but this is not the time for that. It's just to say that the judiciary needs to fix up. Those who find themselves in those positions are relatively privileged. And they are privileged with a responsibility to defend the less privileged. That is a very serious responsibility they must understand how to take on. Those in parliament, our lawmakers in parliament, must understand that rain does not fall on one man's doorstep. They will leave power one day. And when they leave power, the same justice system that they corrupted, that they abused, will come after them. They have to understand that. They will not be in power for long. If we take the Holocaust, they are still chasing people at a 90-something-year-old. They're holding them and they're locking them in prison. You will be no different, especially as an African man. You will be no different. This Africa today is a different Africa to the Africa before. The young people now coming up, we are much more educated, we are more aware, we are more connected, and we are much more savvy in how we do things. And we will hold you to responsibility. We will hold you to account, whichever way you want to look at it. It may take time, but we will hold you to account. You must know this. Those that support bad governance, those that support those that abuse the law and abuse the Constitution, know that at the end of the day, when you support such bad governance or bad, I will not even call it a process, but a bad behavior of how the Constitution is dealt with, and how the injustices are carried out on so many people. Those of you with the support them continually, know for say it will bet you back one day, and it will be too long, but it will bet you. Bottom line, we all forget the courage, the fortitude, the integrity to refuse to be dehumanized. We forget that. To refuse to be dehumanized. Make we understand that if us not sell you, streets not go buy you. How you sell yourself, now so the world go buy you. Not just for nothing, make what we said and go to Arab country, they treat them in all kind of way, rape them, cut them fingers, wound them, so this, that, because then they watch we, what would they cut we, and they what would they do this, would they beat each other? Then they watch what they do unto we say. So that is not. Why make no Sierra Leonean? Any Sierra Leonean, Chris go all any Lebanese man in Sierra Leone and treat him in the Caribbean. Chris, any Sierra Leonean, you Chris, you won't do it. Why? Because you know one day they see the Lebanese there in Sierra Leone, even in Lebanon, you see them they abuse each other the way. No, you don't really see them there at all. That's one. But when they come, they go abuse you in any kind of way. Because then they see we self not get respect for we self. And all this tie up in terms of how we they look, how they give each other justice, and not just in court, just how we deal with each other, with fairness, with respect, with integrity. Just that. Right now, the deal just don't start for we look at the land injustices within the country. Massive, it's huge. But it's a campaign where hopefully I go at the embark on. Few people are going to come on board, but then another story for another day. But I only bring that in just to show that the court system again, the injustice in how we deal with each other. And because we don't deal with each other correctly, we create cracks. And in these cracks, that's when foreigners come in. Whether they're Chinese, whatever, they come in these cracks. And the more they come in these cracks, the more divided we become. The more divided we become. And when we become divided like this, one day, we will stretch and fall apart. And these foreigners, they will don't fill up them gaps, then they trust me, we will become slaves under them again. That's for me, my final words, because I think we can do better. We should expect better. And let us learn, but don't just begin to treat each other with dignity and respect.
All right. Thank you so much, Yusuf Jallow. We appreciate you for taking the time and for staying with me this long. Thank you. T-Boy, over to you. Last word for today's program before I round up.
I want to thank you to the viewers on Facebook and YouTube. We seem to have a lot of newcomers today on Facebook and YouTube, and I appreciate the fact that you guys are here to listen to us, and you guys are here to express your concerns, to make your own contributions to the chat. And I believe, most of your contributions have been read by us and other people who are following what's happening on the chat. Again, we still have some large amount of newcomers as well on YouTube. It shows how the message is going around for what we're doing. And like Mr. Munu said earlier on, your contribution towards society can be anything. It depends on how you look at it. And that contribution to society is what will make a difference in the future of that particular society. For now, it might not be nothing. For now, it might not be anything that will make a difference in your lives, or you might not see it like anything that people read into. But I want to make something very clear. People are watching and people are listening, and people are taking some of the examples that you're making, and people are listening and reading your messages. So don't stop. And on this platform, we have the freedom of your opinion. And what we do, you tackle the issue and you leave the individual alone. The issues are what we are dealing with. And for the fact that we are dealing with issues, it means everybody's opinion is welcome. You can say whatever you like to the issues that we're talking about. You might agree or disagree. You might like or don't like. But I think we're all learning from each other. And constructive criticism makes a lot of difference in how people relate to each other. So I think I would say for our viewers, they've been very constructive. They've been saying things that we like, that we don't like. We respect their views and we respect the reason why they're making those contributions. For individuals, we don't go for because it does not make sense to us. We have to have an humane conversation, and we forget people to understand the concern we get, not for just individuals, because I will sit here and feel comfortable and even think for go back salon. But guess what? We all want to go back one day. Some of we all want to leave the shores and come to Europe. But if I would say don't come, nobody will believe because they want to come and see for themselves. So basically, for the one day we don't come, we don't land, we don't see, and then go back and reflect on what's in the land and see and bring out positive things within the society. Those are the ones we're looking up to. Not the one that really can learn, copy, and go back and begin to abuse the system because if you see them come to Europe, it means they're better than people in Sierra Leone. No, they are not. They are just making nuisance of themselves because it teaches you what you have learned, but you haven't learned nothing because you never implement them back and going to come out and make it be something meaningful to people within our society. That one difference really make in somebody in life, you might not know what importance that difference might be because that one person they might change the lives of thousands. We are just in one way no more. You impact because of your message, because of your hard work, because of your dedication to your country. So we'll continue to talk about the reality of what happens within our communities in Sierra Leone and out of Sierra Leone. Let's highlight some of these issues because not everybody have the confidence to sit and discuss some of these issues, but we always have the confidence, not because we're not afraid, not because we're not a salon. We've done it whilst we were there. We'll continue to do it even if we're not there, and we will go back and still continue to do the same. I want one person to die. If God see they die through the hands of another man, now what thing God on destined for you? If God see they die by accident, now what thing God on destined for you? If God see they die by you sleep, now what thing God on destined for you? Nobody in dying one at the hands of nobody past God. So let me believe in what we do and do them in all fairness, because that's the only thing we can go back and sleep and say what I did was fair, was not partial, and I think I give everybody the opportunity to express themselves and say their points, and we listen to them and we address them properly. So for viewers them, now continue for watch we, now continue for share we post, now continue for share we program, now continue for like we page, because without you now, we won't be here. And we're not just here to sit and talk because we feel like sitting down and talking. Almost everybody within Europe gets a lot of work to do. Almost everybody in Sierra Leone can do something better than they can sit down for listening to it. And we not really listen to it. But for the fact you not choose to do so, it means you have value and you don't put premium to program, and you don't put premium to what you believe in. Everybody should stand for justice. You will not get justice if you don't fight for it. Not by the barrel of the gun, not by the knife, but by your mouth and some of the actions that you're taking towards the perpetrators, not violently, but make them understand, say, we are not happy as citizens. We will not sit back and allow things like this to happen to civilians, unharmed, civilians who are not guilty until being found guilty in court, civilians who have just only been accused for committing a crime, civilians who they always perpetuate mob justice until because they don't have nobody else to defend them. So look, we think about anything there also and put yourself in the picture. What will you do if it happens to you? What will you do if you are the one going through this? You expect you to keep our mouth shut and don't say nothing because we don't know you, because we don't know where you're from, because we don't belong to the tribe where I belong to, because you're not a Muslim like me, because you're not a black person like me. No, we shouldn't. Because every life matters. Every individual matters. For as long as you carry that green, white, and blue, you are a Sierra Leonean. It makes you no different from any other Sierra Leonean. So let we continue for love each other, and let we continue for make sure we help and support each other where needed. It doesn't matter if you're not a musician. It doesn't matter if you know to LAJ in fan. It doesn't matter if you know to LAJ in posting. You don't have to know him. You don't have to like him. The issue that is surrounding him as an individual, it is not right to sit back and allow it to happen because of you don't have any kind of relationship with him. I personally, I'm not a LAJ fan. I love his songs, but I will not say to you, I am a fan. No, I am not. But I will not sit by and allow things to be taken against him. I'm going to take advantage from him because of an LAJ or an Olekam, me not a fan. I'm not going to stand for him. No, I will stand for him. Because maybe tomorrow we will have the same situation where something I will stand for somebody else, something we are. So we'll continue to support each other in whatever way we can, because you don't know who is next. So until next time, continue for like the page and continue for follow you so that you will get notification of things they will do. Sometimes we have things that happen not regularly, but impromptus. So Juma, I ask you about the impromptu. Are we having anything for tomorrow? Or are we still holding on to tomorrow?
I was holding on for tomorrow. We'll see what happens in the morning. So stay tuned there. And then as T-Boy say, continue for follow. We want to say thank you very much to our guests for today's program, Mr. Yusuf Jallo and Mr. Al-Isa Munu. Then can give you an insight into things. For we look at this issue not from the tunnel vision, but from a broader picture, wherein we know for say, anything will happen to anybody, we are equally affected, whether today, tomorrow, or years later, it will come back and can haunt we. So that's why we all get for play with parts. Sorry for push Salongo before, now the right part, and hold people them accountable. And me, I did name names now government, because not only people them as individuals, but the offices the way they occupy. And if war for on our country, then people in the will be done name earlier, they will be held responsible. And I want for we take home certain things. Mr. Al-Isa Munu highlights something now. He say, let we not have, because sometimes it can be disturbing for people the way they voice out their opinion, say, but nothing they happen above case. But not above case. Just keep highlighting the issues, and their issues then they help for form decisions later. Example, Tona, and not by mistake. We don't talk about the police now, so more than almost them. With second program we do, we'll begin do the regular live then and about the police. That was the second program we did. At that time, we got people that called us to say, hey, no, not be too hard on the police, not give them small time. right? So we had to change we have to rephrase the question and the topic, and even the guests that we've been supposed to come. So we not get bad intention, but we wanted to just make sure so we call people their attention for let things like this not continue for to happen. Unfortunately, it seems as if they are not listening. They don't care. They're just doing what pleases them. So the EU report, the State Department report on both the judiciary and the police, not to lie at all. But they came out at that time, they vexed, for say, oh no, they give bad reports about them. But look at what's happening today. They say the truth, now in the last. They hide. They come out now, no matter how you do it. So Mr. Alisa Munu highlights, say, let we continue for right, let we continue for talk, let we continue for make the noise. They're not going to arrest all man alone. These people, when they behave so in our government, they are cowards. Trust me, I make them they behave the way they behave so. The day where they see thousands of people and come on, they see them, they pack them, fumble them, then picking and they run away with them, go Liberia or Guinea. They left everybody there for so far. So you wait and they send for going intimidate other people, you policeman, you soldier man, where then they send for go cause havoc. Thank God, social media, videos are there to capture all this. People know you. How you go live with your community members then tomorrow? Would you come and say, not to be you now, Satan? No, that does not work anymore. Not a cut them. Like how Tibo highlighted earlier, that video where you go arrest somebody. You just go arrest this person. Una 7 against 1 small lady. Una esa una de weapon. Una even handcuff her. Una de wapi aid na God. Ebo. Then you call that, you say people are for glad for you because you're not a policeman. You have an inspector general of police. We're supposed to lead with integrity. It a blatantly lie to international media. They swear back. Nothing, wait that the word. Nothing but the people called talk. Yeah. Nothing but the truth. So you lie back, they swear, Inspector General of Police, because you cover it. So that means now you will now go make Trump up charges against LAJ for justify the lies they won't don't do and all the other actions. Follow na proof say now the right reason make. But remember, Yusuf Jallo don't say something now. Yeah. Say this thing what you they do today, power get for left you tomorrow. Usa you they go. There is no hiding place under the sun right now. Imagine when you then have power with the intimidate people and they see through you. What happens to you tomorrow when power don't left you? All the security bodyguard they around you, they don't come on near you. Now you one grain now. They face the wall. You want to go to shop self, you get for watch first. So tell I pass I go meet up salon people there. Then waiting will pass with you, not even know the wall they tight for you. Is that what you want for yourself? Things are not well in Sierra Leone. Let's say the truth. Things are bad. The things the way they happen there is sorry, is sad. People are living in misery, in bondage in the country right now. That's the reality. But anyway, we left that. Like how Mr. Munu say, when the people are ready, then go take the necessary action when they want for take. Nobody need to tell them. Because I like you say, T-boy, then say, if you say peace, they catch me, peace, they catch me. Now when the peace, they use the word excuse me and say, then I model your foot first, I make it a singer in the job. I want peace, I want peace, I want peace. But when the peace get in for can I run it, they run, when they even pronounce themselves. Last word for today, remember say, you wait through ashes, and your ashes stay falla. On that note, I want to say thank you very much. Good night and stay blessed wherever you are. And we hope for Get Ayaso again, hopefully tomorrow or anytime soon. On behalf of the Sierra Gem Media team, me Jumaba, they say tata.
Silverstone Beats. People killing, people dying, children hurt and hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love?
See this life going evil, we all have to
forgive, oh, yeah, yeah. Cause all I see is evil and too much killing of my people, yeah, yeah. So let's bless one another, yeah, yeah. So let's help one another. I sing again, yeah.
What's in me, I don't see this kind of thing really happen. This not for be education opportunity. Now in we need, let we learn for the share, not to all time for big greed.
You see this life, the live, oh. You see where we lose or we know. Stop killing one another. Let's stand together, yeah. Stop playing the hero, looking at each other like we're zero. On the block with the sea, money they can make every day pan pre, yeah.
R.I.P. They took our boys, they take our joy, take our joy. This are the time we stop now crime. Don't blind bodies like your future.
Stop the stabbing, stop the killing. Let's love one another. Peace.
I see fighting every day, I see dying every day. Why don't we help each other and pave the way for a better life, a life that we all deserve? Instead of killing each other, why don't we preserve? So you wanna be a bad man, he's gonna be a badder man. You got a big knife, he's gonna get a bigger knife. Our people suffered for years in chains. Now we turn on each other, cut for gains. For the ones that send the youth to kill themselves, you pretend to be a father figure but only care for yourself. You are nothing but the flesh of the devil. You're evil, low life on another level. Think about the mothers and the pain they go through. You don't care for these kids, they mean nothing to you. But karma only knows the boomerang maneuver. One day the green reaper will be your remover.
This head of the range ranting up some sanctimonious food is a poetic verses, ruminate a prophecy given to a sentient dude. So I say it's as it is for you to listen and deduce the wisdom that's gonna liberate and galvanize you. Under the sun ain't nothing new, that for black and black crimes and breaking news. Under the sun ain't nothing new.
You gotta stand up. Stand up for what you believe in. Gotta stand up. Stand up for what is right. Cause if you got me, then I've got you too. Regardless of what you've been through. Even when you're feeling new. Where is love? Do this if we try. There's no time to waste, no time. Together forever, whatever the weather. Us as a unit working together.
See, I've been a London, but me heart still at home. God don't lift me up, but me heart still at run. You will never go far if you don't know where you're from. So I don't do it for myself, I'ma do it for the young. Plead to my brothers, let's do it for the youngers. Why spend a bag on a jumper? Back where you're from, people dying with hunger. With people then they suffer. You then I argue, they bluff, it's copper. Your game need for change, like we not get up. Where's the love? Where's the love, yo? Where's the love? I said,
where is the love?
Little youth, let's take time. Stop all the knife and the gun crime. Think of the future, paint that picture. Get a youth in the future. Peace gonna rain on we. Peace gonna rain on we. Yeah.
Let's stop the violence and come together. Get rid of knives and guns and bomb. Let's be together. Pray peace and love, golden hope through storm and weather. See what is going on. Where is love?
Tell me, how do you feel when you see your brothers and sisters lying down the street helplessly? And what will you do if you die today and find yourself in hell?
I want to ask you this. Look inside your eyes and answer me with all the truth. Where you get, whose side the love they?
When I left. Boku man them get nef. If you live by the nef, you go suffer. You know get sense, you know sabi say nef not for butter. Stabbing guys, yeah that's uncool. When it comes to knives, yeah I'm anti. What happened to fighting guys with your hands, G? When you stab a man, it's not one man you stab. Just remember that you stab a whole family.
People killing, people dying, children hurt and hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or you will turn the other cheek. Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? The love, the love.
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, report received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender-based. Or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
When I was a kid growing up in Sierra Leone, my neighbor had a small TV. The television was beaming these images about famine, war, about diseases.
There was a silent majority suffering.
I am fed up with that kind of news. We can use culture and art to change mind and hearts and inspire action.
I was here as a student, and of course, Charlie was my teacher.
I've asked him to join me on the journey to create a major new play to offer hope to our people.
We want to uplift our nation, leave legacy for our children.
We are talking about national pride.
This is big, man. This has great magnitude. Sometimes I feel afraid. I feel terrified when I think of the project.
Tito! What are they so? We are nowhere near waiting one for day.
I want this, I want it, I want it.
I want this thing for succeed, Koji.
This place fail and die.
Is this a curse or what?
It's
people like you that make Sierra Leone the way it is.
You cannot give me blow, but you are this way, you cannot give me blow.
Oh man, just did lie, blame.
These are the things that have wrecked this country.
We need more business. We're going to need to better control.
I can call him the second to last project. He died at the last. Rest assured, my brother.
Yes, this na term for all Salon people and them party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's term these?
Somebody